ये किसी और का सिस्टम यूज कर रहे हैं, आईडी किसी और की लगाई है और कितनी यार इंडस्ट्रीज की है ये है सर यही होती है ना वो कुछ नहीं सब कुछ है सर सुबह सुबह तो यही होती है सर सबसे बड़ी एक्टिविटी तो वही है जो सामने आ रहा है ना ये एक्टिविटी है ये इतने चुस्त है डिजाइन है हैंडसम लगते हैं मीटिंग की जो करोगे जो भी है इसके पास उसी के लिए फाइन हो गया कुछ का आप सुरक्षा के साथ उसके लिए स्टार्ट नाउ वी जस्ट look at the level of so I think let's begin and request Dr. Kulwant Singh, President ISPER, to deliver the welcome address. Thank you very much. Excellently, urban planners and at the very outset, I think joining this celebration in today's roundtable. As you all know that ISPER is a very unique institute. As a think tank of well-known urban planners and sector professionals of India. ISPER was established nearly 2 decades ago, essentially to lend support to the city and state government in formulating urban policies, seeing them with innovative approaches to achieve sustainable development outcomes. ISPER has been involved in implementing the task of formulating master and regional plans of several cities in the north and other regional states of India, and also building their capacity in urban planning and development policy strategies, and has been regularly participating in national and international forums. ISPER has taken this initiative of organizing today's roundtable for a deep dive into the draft master plan of Delhi 2041 and formulated to meet the future demands of the city for the next 2 decades. The capital city of India, Delhi, has a total area of 1,486 square kilometers. Delhi's demographic profile reveals that it is one of the most populous cities of the world, with the present population exceeding 2.3 million and shall be nearly 3 million by 2041. With the increasing population, the city has to plan for the future needs of the growing population in terms of basic needs of the people, whether it is housing, transport, water supply, education, and health infrastructure. Additionally, with the increasing population, the local economy of the city will also be growing, which will require further expansion of commercial, industrial, and institutional infrastructure. Needless to mention that there are several challenges faced by the MCD of Delhi, which include air pollution, waste management, including municipal solid and liquid waste, electronic waste, plastic waste, construction and debris waste, as well as environmental waste. The natural sites of Delhi are posing the greatest risk in polluting its land, air and water. The city presently significantly lacks the desired resilience, which was revealed last year during the lockdown period of not being able to support its migrant labor on which its economy depends so much. And this migrant labor has to flee the city under the circumstances. The natural resources of the city in terms of land, water supply, etc., they are finite and under heavy stress, and therefore would need an efficient use of all the resources using best of the technologies as available today to meet the growing demands. At the same time, the agenda of the urban local bodies of the city of Delhi, as reflected in the draft master plan, has to work as an accelerator to make Delhi an inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable capital city of India. Master plan of Delhi is indeed very, very unique in terms of its administrative and institutional framework. While at the national level, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs is directly involved, it is Delhi Development Authority under the chairmanship of the Lieutenant Governor and the Vice Chairman DVA, supported by individual planning for overseeing its formulation and monitoring its implementation. However, the implementation of the plan is directly in the hands of multiplicity of organizations, including five urban local bodies, Delhi Jal Board, J2, and several other agencies. The draft MPD has been prepared by National Institute of Urban Affairs, and it is hoped that it presents a paradigm shift and lays out new standards and principles for the city planning, constructive development, management, and improvement of various parts of Delhi. The roundtable intends to discuss and critically examine various dimensions of the MPD 2041 and identify gaps to meet various challenges that this area includes promoting equitable and equitable access to sustainable basic physical and social infrastructure for all, including women, children, migrant labor in particular, handicapped and other persons without discrimination, and provide affordable service land, housing, modern and renewable energy, safe drinking water and sanitation, safe, nutritious and adequate food, waste disposal, sustainable mobility and healthcare, education, culture and information and communication technology. In doing so, the master plan should eliminate legal, institutional, socio-economic and physical barriers. MPD 2041 should plan for sustainable, safe and accessible urban mobility for all and resource-efficient transport system both for passengers and freight, effectively linking people, places, goods, services and economic opportunities. The spatial dimensions of the changing urban form of the city of Delhi and the extent to which MPD 2041 should be optimizing and reinvigorating long-term and integrated urban and territorial planning and design of the city. Friends, we are highly encouraged by the response of the experts, including those joining us from international organizations, UN Habitat, UNIDO, UNCRD Japan, and several national organizations, including, I would say, DBA, NIUA, several universities, including SET Ahmedabad, DMPD of Leicester, IIT Delhi, and SPA Delhi. On behalf of this work and its entire executive committee, including its Secretary General, Mr. Thomas Sukhdeep Singh, I welcome you all, and I do hope that we will have a very fruitful deliberation the whole day, and perhaps I can contribute more and more to the, I would say, that success of the master plan of Delhi. I would like to hand over the floor to Mr. Sasha Chattopadhyay, the moderator of today's roundtable. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kulwant Singh, for your introductory and welcome remarks. Friends, good morning and welcome to this Roundtable conference today. As you all know, Delhi Master Plan has laid out a vision for 2041. The vision is saying foster a sustainable, livable, and vibrant Delhi. May all the microphone to be muted. Can you kindly mute all your microphones so that there is no other echo? So the Delhi has draft master plan for Delhi has laid out a vision for to foster a sustainable, livable, and vibrant Delhi with three goals, which is become an environmentally sustainable city, a future-ready city, and to emerge as a dynamic place for economies to get in. And emerge as a dynamic place for economy, creative, and cultural development. And there are 6 objectives have been laid out. One is prioritizing environmental sustainability. Second, facilitating economic development. Third, enhancing heritage, culture, and public life. Fourth, improving shelter and social infrastructure. Fifth, moving towards low carbon mobility. And sixth, developing resilient physical infrastructure in the city. And also a lot of emphasis. As you know, the document is structured into volumes. The first section, which is looking at draft vision, also has made section emphasis on environment, economy, culture, shelter, transport, mobility, and physical infrastructure. And second part of the volume emphasized on spatial development, framework, land monitoring, and evaluation. So this is a very, very exciting document. And making a master plan Delhi, as you all know, is a very, very complex challenge. And in India, both in urban and territorial planning, we have been significantly lagging in terms of given the number of our census towns or administrative towns, and these are the readily available and updated spatial plans that we have. So this is a very unique opportunity that we have here to deliberate, discuss on the draft master plan proposal of Delhi. So it's not a roundtable is not made for objection and suggestion. Roundtable today, what we are focusing on is kind of a critical, analytical reflection on the master plan of Delhi. The proposals for 2041. And to discuss this, we have a galaxy of speakers. I mean, almost who in urban planning, education, practice, and legal institutions here today. So my job is really tough here to manage 16, 17 enlightened speakers from various quarters. So I will be slightly strict on the time. I would like to remind you every time that we are exceeding the time, so that the idea is that we hear various reflections and perspectives from various experts, and also more importantly, we have a large audience who are participating today, who are also as enlightened as our panel speakers. I also welcome them, and I would request them to please do share your feedback, comments continuously in the chat box. And I would like to pick up the comments from there and for discussion during some of the sessions. But nonetheless, ISPER is trying to document all the proceedings as well as all the comments shared together to present it more constructively to the media authorities. So first, let us quickly look through the program that we have today. I'm just sharing my screen because this program has been a bit dynamic and evolving for last couple of days. So let me share the program that we have for today. So we are starting today with a kind of an after the welcome and introductory remarks. We invite Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Director of Highway, and Mr. Nilesh Rajan, Project Coordinator of this Delhi Master Plan 2041 at Highway. So, he's one of the first Delhi Master Plan. I know it is very difficult to explain 2 years or 3 years more in 15 20 minutes. So, it's a tough job. But I request both Hitesh and Nilesh to take us through very quickly the overall contours of this Delhi Master Plan. We then have a perspective from particularly the legal perspective of Master Plan, as Dr. Gulwant Singh just mentioned about the challenges of master planning and particularly plan implementation from various angles. And we all know the legal aspect is one of the most challenging. And we have very enlightened speaker, Justice S.P. Anand, to give his comments on the legal perspective of Delhi Master Plan. Then we move into our first panel discussion, is basically under the spatial growth framework, the shelter aspect and services aspect. And we have 5 very, very enlightened speakers to take us through this discussion. We have Professor Mohammed, who needs no introduction to this panel. And he has been the head of the Physical Planning Department and holding various senior positions in School of Planning Architecture, Delhi, and also various committees of Government of India. Sri R.K. Vijayabhartiya, who is the Delegate Architect, Urban Planner, Chief Town Planner of Rajasthan at this moment, and also head of Jaipur Development Authority. Mr. Rene Van Gokul, joining us from UNIDO, head of UNIDO, Delhi. Mr. S.K. Singh, is joining us from Patna. He is a senior bureaucrat, presently a member of Real Estate Regulatory Authority, and Professor Gopal Krishnan, who is a professor of geography, again a very familiar face to this August audience today. So, welcome our panel member, panelists for the first panel discussion. Our second panel, we have Professor A.G.K. Menon, who has been spearheading a lot of conservation efforts and heritage activities, and also spearheading the UGD School of Habitat. Professor Kavas Kapaya, all of you know him as a Dean of Urban and Regional Planning and extensive tenure in the physical planning and regional planning areas. Professor S.P. Jacobo, a former Vice Chairman of Delhi Development Authority, and also a kind of a renowned professional working in the field of urban management. Mr. Harman P.N.R., and he is the head of Urban Land Human Habitat, Nairobi. More importantly, Harman has recently steered, he is one of the chapter coordinator of this very pioneering document which UN Habitat just published, post-pandemic cities towards green and inclusive future. So, Mr. Harman will be joining us from Nairobi this morning. And third panel is focusing on transport and regional linkages. And I'm very happy to welcome Professor A.K. Maitra, former Director of School of Planning Architecture. We all know him. So, welcome, Maitra sir. Professor Geetam Devari from IIT Delhi, and Geetam is the transport planning areas. So, welcome, Professor Geetam. Mr. Yash Sachdeva, who has been with RISE for several years, now is spearheading various aspects of transport and transport-related activities, and Professor Manjeet Singh. I welcome all the panel members. And at the end of the day, we have a special address by Ms. Viku Sehgal. She is Commissioner of Planning, Delhi Development Authority, who is sharing our views and how DDA is absorbing and trying to moving forward with the DDA master plan. And finally, summary, we have Professor Ashmi Luthra from GITU Amritsar, and Professor Luthra has been spearheading a lot of habitat-related activities in this area and also transport-related activities. So this is our broad outline for today that we are trying to steer. And as I was saying, that this is a very large agenda, a galaxy of speakers. So it's a difficult task, but at the same time, it's very exciting to hear so many expert views and critically and analytically looking at the contours of Delhi Master Plan, as well as we are also looking forward to hear from Harman and Rene on sharing out some of the international experiences, particularly the urban planning in the context of post-pandemic in the order. And as you know, this draft Delhi Master Plan is also very importantly positioned today when the world is trying to recover from a large-scale pandemic, and a lot of aspects of risk and resilience needs to get inbuilt in this process. So with this brief comment, I would now like to invite Mr. Hitesh Vaidya and Nilesh Rajadraksha to share their overall perspective. You all know Hitesh as a director of National Institute of Urban Planners. He is practically with over 30 years of experience, extensively worked in the urban development sector in the country. He was also formerly country manager with UN Habitat India. And Nilesh Rajadraksha is an architect, urban planner, has worked extensively with ministries, urban development, and various other programs. And Nilesh is the coordinator for preparation of the master plan of Delhi at NIUS site. So welcome Hitesh, welcome Nilesh for your presentation. Thank you.
And good morning, everyone. Thank you, first of all, ISPER, for inviting me in this panel and the participants. I see my groups, my colleagues, my mentors, the people and stalwarts with whom we used to do forward and listen to all of them. So I don't want to add much to it because I think there are already so much of knowledge, and if I really see the knowledge in this panel itself is like 1500 years of planning experiences sitting there, and I'm just one part of it. So really, it's very honored to be part of this group and inviting me for this deliberation and roundtable. As you all know, National Institute of Urban Affairs is a think tank with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Uh, we started working and supporting the Delhi Development Authority to prepare this master plan. I joined National Institute of Urban Affairs 2 years back. And first thing when I joined National Institute of Urban Affairs, and I was told that we are in the process of making Delhi Development Master Plan Delhi, and we have only 2 years left. I was like, I'm going to leave this job. This is not what I can really commit to. Is there a planner on earth who can really think about what Delhi will be on 2021? So it was a really, really scary moment for me. That we have submitted something, we have a capacity, will we be able to produce this within time frame of, and I'm really happy with the team and the support which we got from the Delhi Development Authority and the Ministry of Housing and we prepared this plan within the time framework. So I'm really happy that I'm happy to celebrate with you today. This roundtable is the celebration that planners, if they want to do something, they can do something, they can produce in time. Because I think this also brings the planning as a starting point for all the discourses, and it re-emphasizes the role of planning. And so I really congratulate not only my own organization, but all of you to supporting and DDA and the ministry to have a faith on us to produce this plan. But again, as I said, I was skeptical about why should we create a plan. I looked at it as an opportunity, that this is an opportunity to create the principles of planning rather than just a master plan. And how we can establish principles of planning and create as a tool or a template for all the emerging cities in the country to really look at it and establish planning as a, bring back planning not only as a master plan, but also to start thinking about the strategic plan, planning for the cities. And that is where we started working on it. The common objective of any plan is to always improve living conditions, promote development, investment, and inclusive planning practices and strategies. That remains overall vision, that remains the guiding principles for this. COVID definitely meeting really made us like, there was full increased awareness about demand of creating sustainable, resilient cities, and we started thinking about those areas, what needs to be done, where we need to really work on towards to prepare the city of Delhi for a next pandemic. Because this is not the first pandemic and this is not the last pandemic. So how do you prepare cities through planning tools or through planning strategies for becoming more resilient? And that is the way we started really working towards it. And we, over a period of time, we had a large collaboration and convergence instrument adopting for preparing a master plan. I think Madam Lynn Sehgal and Nilesh will dwell upon it later on. But for me, this Roundtable is not because reflecting or criticizing what has been done or not, but to take it as suggestions to way forward. How we, because it's a public document, it's not the public. How we can bring these suggestions to these deliberations and discussions, we can make it much better. We can. So that is where we are coming to you to this roundtable. Is not to defend on what we have written or not to say that why we have written, but to listen to you what that can be done better. I remember the story I read in my school days that a painter kept a painting and said, find out the faults, and there were all the faults. And then he kept a painting and said, improve the painting. And that's when there were very few. So I request this roundtable with such a stalwarts here to give us those suggestions so that we can make it much better. I will ask my colleague Nilesh and Kanak, who have been really spearheading this program last 4 years, and they have really tried their spread to this work. So I request Nilesh to take over and give us the backstage picture. But thank you for inviting NIUA, and we will be very happy to receive suggestions and also facilitate the recommendations coming out of this roundtable to put into the Delhi Development Authority. But I also will request the organizers to write this deliberations minutes and can be officially submitted to the DDS official channel producing while we are having this deliberation. So over to you, Nilesh, for next time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Desi. Good morning, everybody. Just a little bit of a clarification. Both Kanak and me will be presenting today. Kanak, I have the opportunity of working on this project together. We will complete the project together. And so we'll be making a shared presentation quickly, kind of. In fact, there seems to be some error in the agenda that's been presented. So can I request Kanak to please start and kind of explain the background, kind of the first steps that we took, etc., and then we can finish off some of the big strategies of the plan. Over to you, Kanak.
Thank you, Nilesh. Hi, everybody. I have the privilege to co-coordinate this project with Nilesh. I'll take you back 4 years, when around this time only, end of June and beginning of July, the MOU was signed between NIU and DDA to collaborate on the preparation of the master plan for 2041. So in the MOU, the mandate had 2 keywords mentioned. They were enabling and strategic. From that, we sort of interpreted the brief, and we prepared 4 broad areas in which the efforts and energies of the EDA and IU team working on a master plan will be focused for the next 4 years. So I'll just quickly take you through these. Number 1 was make the plan evidence-based. That is, understand where we are, where is Delhi right now, to an extensive baseline exercise, in order to define where Delhi should be in 20 years and also to strategize how Delhi will get there. So, a major baselining exercise, as you all are aware, was conducted, and I'm sure when Commissioner Bani will be presenting in the evening, she'll be detailing out some of the aspects of this baselining exercise. But just to say that Mr. Prabhu in the beginning had talked about it, and about how it's important to have an outcome-oriented plan. This time, almost all of the core agencies that work on development in Delhi, on any kind of development issues, were included in the baseline exercise. They were stakeholders of this plan. Number two was to make the planning process more inclusive. So what the team ensured was to have citizen participation as well as participation of all kinds of groups and stakeholders throughout the plan preparation process. Here I'm talking about, not only people as individuals, but RWAs, RWA federations, market association, traders association, industry groups, all kinds of groups, and also, special groups such as the youth of Delhi. So special exercises, four meetings were held for the youth of Delhi, where they requested that we should have another consultation with the youth that are people with disability. So we also went ahead and did that. We had special sessions for what are the needs of children in Delhi. So it was the whole objective was to make the plan preparation more inclusive. On this also the Commissioner will be detailing out. I just want to say, despite the COVID pandemic, we were able to do it through online medium, although we had planned for on-ground participatory sabhas, but we were able to do it online, and we got more than 5,000 visions from the people of Delhi. Visioning exercise was also carried out. It probably would have been much more if it was on ground. But we were quite happy with the kind of support we got from people, also from civil society organizations. They were able to represent people from ground, from unplanned areas, from unauthorized colonies, slums and all. These organizations in fact came forward and gave us a lot of information that added to our evidence base also. Number three was to move from a regulatory approach that is there in not only Delhi but all master plans in India, most master plans in India right now, to a more strategic development approach, adopting a facilitative role for all planning and development agencies and service providing agencies in Delhi. For this, we, from the baseline, we created a group of strategies, a group of policies that are presented in the master plan. Nilesh will be talking about that. And we created a framework, which is number 4, which was not only strategic, but also outcome oriented. So if there was some target, if the target outcomes that were listed as part of the master plan, every on-ground implementation should be linked to that targeted outcomes of the plan, as well as to the larger vision of MPD 2041, is what our effort has been towards. Now, all of these 4, if you see the document, although Shashwat did give sort of a brief introduction to the structure of the document, I'll just say how these 4 are reflected in this structure. The structure is in 2 volumes. The first volume is talking about the large policies, like for environment, what is it that Delhi aspires to do for the environment? And how can the people of Delhi as well as the development agencies achieve that? This is mentioned in the first volume for 6 transformative policies, and for 6 transformative policies. Whereas volume 2 is more to do with what will happen on ground. How will this be implemented on ground? What is the spatial development strategy that will help Delhi to come up with various kinds of development, strategic developments, as well as regular development in the coming 20 years. Now, these include the TOD policy, as you all know, the regeneration policy, the land pooling, as well as the green development area policy. In addition to this, the second volume also contains also comprises of detailed development control norms that are there for anybody to consult if they are taking up a development in Delhi. Other than that, so this has been done to make the document a little more people friendly, so that if researchers and generally if people of Delhi want to know what is the vision for Delhi, what is the plan aiming for, they can read just volume 1. Whereas volume 2 is for those people who, if they undertake any kind of development, what norms would apply, what would their particular scheme or land what kind of norms would apply there, what development control regulations would apply there, it will be easy for them to refer those. There is another additional annexure section in this master plan, which includes service plans from all the agencies that were included in the baseline exercise also. And this is one of the major firsts in the plan, apart from the baseline and the citizen engagement during the plan preparation process. This I'm mentioning especially because sometimes implementation is not, there have been a lot of discussions about how much of the plan was implemented. Although implementing agencies are many, not only DDA. So there are many implementing agencies that result in the objectives of the plan being achieved. And so each of these agencies' plans have been now aligned with the objectives of the master plan. And this has been one of our major achievements. And I'm sure the commissioner will be detailing this out later. Thank you. I'll just hand over to Nilesh, who will explain the strategic policies a little more.
Thanks a lot, Kanak. Thanks a lot. Okay, so like Shashwat said a couple of things which I think give us a little bit of a comfort, is that truly it's a very detailed document, and it's quite difficult actually to kind of present the nuanced things that we've brought into the document that will help Delhi kind of become a more a sustainable city, etc. What I'll try and do is in very brief, try and explain some of the big things that we attempted to do. So like Shashwat said, there are 6 objectives. Kanak also kind of spoke about them as policy buckets. And the idea really was that ye jo hamare 6 policy buckets hain, these drive the entire agenda for the master plan. And so all of the strategies that you will find in MPD 41 draft, all of these strategies, all spatial policies, all development controls, regulations, and everything are actually focused, converged, and geared towards actually achieving the outcomes that are targeted under these 6 big policy areas. So that's, in a sense, our real attempt was to ensure that how do you make a statutory master plan document, which is typically a land use, land control regulating kind of instrument, to a strategic framework. And one of the ways we thought this could be done is to align all of the strategies, spatial instruments, as well as the development controls towards a certain set of outcomes that are more macro in nature. So the 6 outcomes we've already discussed, Ashwat already spoke about them. They focus on environment, they focus on better housing and infrastructure, and accessibility, of course. They focus on low carbon mobility. They focus on creating a niche and a clean economy for Delhi. And they also focus on heritage culture and creating sustainable infrastructure systems in the city. So ये 6 जो buckets थे, उनमें सारा focus करा. So you will, for instance, find several new additions to the master plan in terms of tools, जैसे incentives for small format या non-ownership rental housing, etc. के लिए incentives master plan में build in करे गए हैं. You have new tools for measuring greening that a building would deliver in the form of green-blue factor, for instance. You have flexibility in kind of mixing of in earlier plans, but never really detailed out. For the first time now, that detail has come into the plan to really look at how do you conserve fabrics, or how do you, heritage fabrics, how do you conserve environmental areas, and whether TDR can be used as an instrument really to get that done. Also mandatory zero discharge development, so on and so forth, have all been introduced in the plan, both in terms of strategy as well as reflected in the DCNs of the master plan. The third big thing that we really attempted to do was that give the city a coherent spatial strategy. What I mean by that is that largely we've been a land use focused kind of a planning tool, the master plan. We've tried to move it to a more typology focused or an outcome focused planning tool. What I mean by that is that you might have the highest densities and highest mixing enabled around transit stations through TOD, whereas in the rest of the brownfield regeneration areas, the focus really is on kind of densifying low density areas, on bringing in new facilities, open spaces, etc. in denser colonies. Whereas in the more in the greenfield areas, the focus shifts to creating smart, sustainable new townships, where a lot of flexibility, for instance, is given in the way FAR can be used, etc. All the way to the green belts, which have largely seen a lot of encroachment over the years because of very, very restricted development norms. The green development area policy, for instance, starts thinking about how do you provide a development framework within which greening is still prioritized while allowing people to kind of get some remunerative value out of their land. So, there is an entire logical development spectrum that we try to build into the plan. Private initiative became very important for us to harness simply because DDA and all governments really are moving into a more facilitative role. तो इसको करने के लिए कई सारी चीजें भी लाए, mixed use flexibility ले आए, a lot of the facilities and open spaces that otherwise government agencies have been providing are now going to be provided through private initiative, where it is attached as incentives in lieu of FAR, etc. And also flexibility in terms of how FAR gets located within a larger plan, within a larger layout plan. Those kind of flexibilities have been brought in. Local area planning has not gone out of the plan. In fact, it's to our mind taken a more logical form, which is to say that layout plans will now take more precedence, and the layout plans will really focus on clusters. For instance, TOD के लिए influence zone plans बनेंगे, या regeneration अगर करना है शहर में तो regeneration plans बनेंगे, या अगर walkability improve करनी है तो that kind of a functional plan for a certain area will be taken up. So layout plans will become the mechanism through which local area planning will get enabled. We've also tried to simplify development control norms as one of the big strategies. So you will find that number one, development control norms is a clearly differentiated section of the plan. Second, you will also find a lot of easy to understand tables and kind of other systems through which clubbing of uses, जैसे हमारे पास कई तरीके के health के uses थे, most of which over time have become fairly similar in their actual implementation on ground. So we've kind of provided flexibility, clubbed some of them together under logical heads, etc. So norms की simplification करी है. And last but not the least, which I would like to end with, is that we've really moved the master plan from a very input-based monitoring system to a largely an outcome-based framework. What I mean by that is, we were really looking earlier at कितने STPs बनने हैं, कितने ढलाउस खुलेंगे, कितने अस्पताल बनेंगे. Rather than doing that, what the new plan begins to do, so there are norms to kind of enable that, but what the new plan starts measuring is that हमारे जो 6 outcome buckets थे, उन 6 outcome buckets में can we have key performance indicators which tell us that is the plan successful in achieving these larger outcomes. So just to take the STP example again, the new plan aims to measure pollution in water bodies rather than measuring STPs bane ya nahi bane. There could be other mechanisms of actually cleaning water bodies. So kind of moving to that framework to enable long-term kind of intervention, better intervention, and technology agnostic intervention, and also monitoring on a regular basis such that course correction can happen. Thank you very much. The plan is in the public domain. We are all really looking forward to very, very, very good and detailed feedback from these sessions, which can help us improve the framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nilesh, and for giving a kind of a very, very specific overview, and compliment to you, Kanak, and the entire team for coming out of this very exhaustive documentation. And also, some of the key aspect of this master plan of Delhi, as Nilesh also highlighted, instead of emphasizing more on input parameters, the document also has made a paradigm shift in terms of watching out the outcome parameters and output parameters, and also put an emphasis especially on plan monitoring and implementation aspect. So thank you again, and my apologies to Kanak for missing out your name from the schedule, but thanks again and for this excellent work for last 4 years that you and your team have put together. So with this, I think now we'll move to our next speaker. In this discussion, I would like to invite Justice S.D. Anand for his comments and overviews about the legal perspective of master plan aspect. And Hitesh, Nilesh, and Kanak, thank you very much. And I think Hitesh, you have to move out for some other meeting, but I'm sure your team will stay back and capture the proceeding. Thank you, the team in IWA. And now I would request Justice S.D. Anand to welcome Mr. Anand, and please share your thoughts about the master plan in the legal perspective of master plan. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm not so concerned about the restricted roster of mine, but I think I've had enough food for thought from the wizards in the field. Thank you. Law, as you all understand, touches one facet or another of a citizen's existence in our day-to-day functioning. The prevalence of rule of law and the constitutionally chaptered fundamental rights in all their facets are two cardinal features which accord to us a dignified life as citizens. We have an unfettered fundamental right to own a property. However, the state being sovereign retains legislative authority to acquire property owned by an individual, while acquisition of a private property for a public purpose is a legally accepted phenomenon. The existing proprietary or possessory rights of a citizen in respect of land or property cannot be decimated just like that, and the obtaining thereof has to ideally, nay compulsively, come about in accordance with the procedure established by law. You see, there are two schools of thought about the role of law. I say so in the light of the legal perspective. There are two schools of thought about the role of law in the matter of contributing to or impeding an expansion or a like exercise. Few would, for their own reasons, feel that it creates technical glitches in the fast execution of a scheme. The deliberations in currency do not call for joining an issue on the legitimacy or otherwise of that view. That would, however, be an uncharitable thought in a country governed by rule of law. The role played by the evolution of law, courtesy, interpretational justicing by the constitutional courts, has added to the empowerment of women, justicing for the emancipated poor, and has also ensured cleaner and greener environment all around the country. While, ladies and gentlemen, I may be excused for my obsession in appreciating the public service-oriented evolution of law, having come about at the hands of the Honorable Apex Court and the High Courts, the expression evolution in the roster topic exemplifies expansion and its attendant vicissitudes, which every nation or any particular regional area has to undergo over a period of time and in larger public interest. Friends, there are times when it is a matter of not so infrequent observation that extremely well-intentioned and well-drafted projects too get delayed due to a number of incomprehensible reasons, including the hassles on the litigational front. The public servants engaged in the drafting deliberations or pre-drafting deliberations would be expected to take stock of every conceivable aspect of that category for ensuring competent and expeditious execution of the project within the indicated timeline. However, there are issues which may have been thrown up with the interpretational evolution of law and which may have escaped notice at the time of consideration of draft. My jurisdictional roster, as I said a little earlier, is restricted to point out certain legal impediments which, if handled beforehand, would not impede efficient implementation of the plan. This is the very purpose of deliberations being held today, with the participation of the learned in the field, and they are all around for debating the provisions therein. I must make it clear at the same time that there neither is nor there could be any inclination to doubt the wisdom of the people who drafted the plan. It's a very ambitious plan. The competent authorities have invited suggestions vis-a-vis the various facets of the plan, and that validates this deliberation. While not even endeavoring to legitimize any claim to be in the know of the various technical facets of the improved plan, I would only make my contribution from the legal perspective. Having been associated with the justice delivery system for more than 4.5 decades, and having handled various rosters in the course of jurisdictional functioning, I crave indulgence to enumerate few points which may have the potential of creating a bottleneck if not taken care of by the authorities competent in the relevant behalf before putting the project into execution. 1. The state being the paramount repository of faith in the matter of utilization of national assets in public interest, all instrumentalities of the state will be duty-bound to execute the plan with dedication. In the context, however, of legal perspective, basically, I would share the following points. The governments at the center and also in the states have an inter-ministry dispensation to take care of the inter-department issues. The compliance with that provision avoids a litigative venture. However, it is a matter of common observation. That's what I speak from experience. That there is no, or you may say not much well-oiled functioning of that infrastructure. And the government is found to be a party in a large number of litigations, which could be an avoidable phenomena if the reconciliatory infrastructure were not numb or near numb for one reason or the other. In the execution of the ambitious draft master plan 2041-2, it is quite obvious that a number of departments would be involved in the implementation. The competent authorities ought to ensure that the interministerial departmental infrastructure functions in effectual and competent manner to sort out the interministerial problems in the first instance. 2. There may be within the area covered by the expansion buildings or structures which may have been mortgaged by their owners with the banks as security for a loan, or certain third-party interests may have been created by the owners therein, which would not or might not to be the notice of those who drafted it. All those issues ought to be sorted out in the first instance. 3. A number of villages form the composition of Delhi. This observation would be applicable to the entire territorial area within the contours of the project. In those rural areas, certain easementary rights may be existing in favor of certain individuals. The maturing of those rights may have come about due to acquiescence or waiver or adverse exercise of user. Though compulsory acquisition may make those easementary rights extinct, it may not necessarily be so if the area is gifted or donated by the owner to the state. Care must be taken to sort out their claims for before entering upon the execution of the project. 4. The acquisition of commercial property may face a peculiar predicament in case the property to be extinguished for purposes of expansion is the beneficiary of a promissory estoppel facet. It is very common for the governments of an area which is underdeveloped or which needs further development to invite people to invest money, install factories, install industries, and offers are made by the governments to provide electricity at concessional rates and also concessions in terms of taxation. That's the prerogative of the government. And people would opt for that, invest money, time, energy in that project. Then the government would be stopped by way of promissory estoppel. It finds mention in the statutory law also, and it's an expression made by the judge-made law in a number of judgments. All this can be taken care of, has to be taken care of. It's an ambitious plan and it must go on unhindered. For taking care of the likely or anticipated impediments which are submitted for consideration, a survey to identify the bottlenecks ought to be conducted in the first instance. We have a long time during which it can be done. It should be conducted by a dedicated team with the participation of all concerned, the banks, the revenue authorities, and the like. So by the time it is green signal for the execution of the project, we would have taken care of all these impediments. Maybe none of these appears. But if it appears and some party has to take resort to litigation, well, it takes time and it delays the execution of the project. Thank you so much. I'm sure the points which I have made would be found to be practical for being taken care of. I am honored to have been associated with the deliberations And thanks for the food of thought which I got from the other learned speakers and which I will get in the delegations to come. Thank you once again. Good day.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Justice Anand. Thank you for very clearly articulating very important aspect, the legal aspects of implementation of master plan, and also from the views of the public servant. So very pertinent points. And as you see that many of our master plan implementations across the countries are being challenged at various courts of law. So your points would be very important for urban planners to consider. Thanks once again. Friends, now we move to our first technical session, our first discussion, where our first panel discussion focusing on the aspects of urban growth management, the shelter and services aspect. To take this discussion forward, I would like to invite Professor Mahavir, Mr. R.K. Vijay Varghia, Mr. Rene Van Berkel, Mr. S.K. Singh, and Professor Gopal Krishnan to become part of this panel. And at the outset, I'll request each of the panelists to share their thoughts and views within 5 to 6 minutes, so that we have some time at the end where we would also invite a kind of a discussion or certain questions which can also be deliberated on this aspect. So I would first invite Professor Mahavir to share your views, and I will also request all the participants to make this session more interactive. Please share your thoughts, questions, and reflections in the chat box. Few of them I would definitely try to pick and post the panelist, and all of this would be also become part of the documentation. So thank you very much, and over to you, Professor Mahavir, for your thoughts.
Thank you, Professor Saswat. Thanks a lot. And thanks to ISPER for providing this opportunity to participate in the Roundtable conference. I think in the virtual mode, the roundness is much more compared to the standard normal mode. I'm very delighted to see several seniors, colleagues, former students, and I'm sure at the end of the day, it will be a great learning for me too. Professor Saswat, I'll be focusing on the methods and processes that have been adopted. And of course, as the topic of this panel is on urban growth. And finally, on a topic which is very dear to my heart, that is the use of geospatial technologies in preparing the plan. So first of all, I want to compliment the planning team, both from NIUA and DDA, because I think the entire process has been done quite fast as far as we see it from a citizen's point of view. Now, I remember the previous plan, the 2021 plan, was notified in 2007. So one can roughly say that about 1/3 of the plan period was spent in either conducting the surveys or preparing the plan or notifying it. And very similarly, I know that within the NCR, the two districts of Shamli and Muzaffarnagar have been added quite recently, and the plans are being prepared. But you will be surprised to note that the plans, which are supposed to be expiring in 2021, have yet to be notified for the draft plan also. So in that context, I think this plan has been done relatively much faster. And thanks to the technology of web-based technology and internet and digital technology, that it has been disseminated also quite very fast. One thing that I find very interesting and very useful, both as an academician, as a professional, and maybe as a citizen of Delhi. In fact, I would like to share that I am an original Delhi citizen. I was born in Delhi, and so were my parents. So what I liked very much that there was an annotated glossary definition of various terms, which I think will make it very useful, interesting for the general public also. And only then I think it will be a meaningful public participation. I'm also happy in the same direction that a Hindi part of the Gazette has also been notified. I mean, usually it is done, but the plan document has been notified by DDI. I think that is not supported by a Hindi document. And personally, I find it very interesting to go through the Hindi document also. Although at places they have picked up the technical terms directly, simply writing them in Devanagari and not really translating them. But nonetheless, I think it will serve a good purpose. Now, in terms of presentation, what I failed to see in the plan, and several of my colleagues who have been in the institutions, they will also feel it, that there is no list of contents per se. I mean, if you see the document as a book, so you have to search through other means to find out, which content could be in what chapter, etc., and where on what page that chapter would be. And similarly, I find difficulty in finding a list of tables or list of maps. Incidentally, there is only one map. So I think these are some things, if you, just flip through the document, you can notice. Now, more in the processes side, when I was a student of planning, I joined planning in 1980. We were given more emphasis to go through the work studies rather than the exact plan document. And the reason being that I think one of the participants also raised this question in the chat box, that the work studies would have given you a lot of logic, why certain calculations have taken place, why certain projections have taken place. So I remember that there was a separate volume on work studies which were thicker than the main plan document. In the 1980s, the other plan was notified, that was Plan 2001, where the work studies were also published as a separate volume. In the subsequent plan, I think there were work studies prepared, I know from my internal sources, but then those work studies were unpublished. So maybe professionals or academicians like us could find out through our friends in DDA. But now in this plan, there is not even a mention of work studies. And as a result of that, sometimes if you want to understand a policy or the reasons or the logic behind taking a certain decision, so you have to either keep on guessing, or I hope that by the end of today's session, we will have some more insight. In the same breath, I also say that a review of existing master plan, very detailed review, I'm sure it must have been done. But if the key findings of that review would have been shared with the public, I think that also would have been much more logical and much more acceptable to the public in terms of how much of the existing plan was successful, or how much of it has been achieved on ground, maybe in terms of population, maybe in terms of growth or control of unauthorized colonies, slums and squatters, spatial spread, maybe, and like somebody was mentioning just now, TOD. So I remember during the last 2 decades, several new policies like land pooling, TOD, smart cities, etc. came. But now how they have been received on the ground had been their challenges, had been their difficulties. I think if the plan had dwelled upon this, then it would have made more logic to understand that how the new plan will carry forward these things. Similarly, if a simple comparative table would have been provided of the various policies and norms and standards of what has been deviated from the previous plan, I think that would have made it easy. I was just, quickly going through the various norms and standards that are to be followed. There are some changes, and incidentally, I don't find any reference to URDPFI guidelines, if at all those have been quoted, picked up from the URDPFI guidelines. It is only there in the list of abbreviations, but nowhere in the text. And a good thing, which was also said in the beginning by Kanak and the team from NIUA, that a lot of public consultations were done in the process. And I think after the notification also, the public consultations have taken place. I think one took place maybe the day before yesterday, which somehow I could not attend to. There was a death of a close relative in the family. But what I felt is that if smaller popular versions of the plan maybe through models, maybe through web-based or mobile-based apps, or maybe some short documentary films, I think that would have made it very easy for kind of Aam Aadmi also to understand and participate. Now, as I was said, logic to adopt certain norms and standards and projections, like we all know that they have projected and adopted a population of 30 million. And according to a very, very rough estimate, the current population stands at about 20 million. Of course, there can be debate on that. But then, is it a simple projection which somehow leads to the overall town density of 200 persons per hectare? And I think by all standards, overall town density of 200 persons per hectare is quite very, very high. I'm not yet talking about gross residential density or net residential density, which would be much higher. Now, what has been the basis of adopting this population? Was there any study related to carrying capacity? Was there any study relating to holding capacity of individual zones, etc.? Now, I remember the previous plan, if you broadly divide into some 12 zones, for each zone, they had studied the holding capacity, given what was the expected population based on the holding capacity. Now, in the absence of any such information, I mean, there are certain doubts coming into mind that whether this 30 million population can be sustained. Can we really keep the city growing and expanding endlessly? And COVID has also taught us some lessons that if you do this endlessly, can it lead to a total city failure? Now, it has certain issues connected to regional planning also, and Professor Saswat, I'll come to that little later. Coming to this spread and land use, which is kind of the most accepted language we understand as planners. Very surprisingly, there is no existing land use map. So we really do not know what was kind of proposed for 2021, what is existing in 2021, and based on that, what is being proposed for 2041. So neither in the form of a map and nor in the form of a kind of a land use breakup table. So I think that is a big gap that I find as an academician, as a professional. The only land use table, partly I would say, is being given for the area which is proposed to be under the land pooling area. That also, I think, quite incomplete table in the sense that for the 60% land pooling area, there is no figure given for the circulation. So I really do not know, is it a typology error or something? Similarly, in the previous plan also, there was incidentally no land use breakup except for the urban extension area. But then if you also try to relate it to the land use, proposed land use map, in fact, there are no land uses within the proposed land pooling area. They've all left it blank, white. So either they don't want to be committal or the decisions are not yet taken, or as and when we progress on this, we will kind of incorporate it more like a base map and not as a plan. So these are some areas that which still require some kind of an explanation. I very quickly quote, this is a sentence I am picking up from the Gazette. It says, in the base map, it is not saying land use map or proposed land use plan. It is saying in the base map, various issues such as change of land use notified by central government, blah, 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 as per actual site condition, refinement of zonal plan boundaries have been resolved and incorporated in the master plan. So that, kind of hints that what has been there on the ground without questioning whether it was allowed, not allowed, authorized, illegal, etc., it has been simply accepted and incorporated, that too in a base map. So I think that's a kind of technical error. I also, if I compare from the previous land use plan, in the previous land use plan within the residential density, residential land use, densities were shown, by writing some numbers, so 200, 250, 300. Now this time we have done away with that. So again, we leave it to the forces that whatever density would come, we would kind of, accept it and regularize it. Similarly, in the industrial zone, land use zone, I see only one category, that is M1. So On the land use map, one final comment I would like to make, and I'll request the attention of Justice Anand also from a legal point of view, that the land use plan, proposed land use plan 2041, which has been published on the website along with the main master plan document, nowhere it says that this plan has to be read in conjunction with the gazette notification of the draft master plan. So legally, whether this proposed land use plans stay anywhere, I'm not sure on that. Personally, I think it does not stay anywhere. Right? Now, again, a big area that I miss, that it is totally silent on the local area plans. Even if you assume that probably the out of the 3 MCDs would be preparing it, which one will we be preparing, under what conditions they will be preparing. So that is kind of something, the plan is silent on that. Mr. Chairman, I also said a little bit about the regional approach because I am a very strong believer that most of our urban growth and urban difficulties and urban management, the problem lies in the region and not in the city per se. And we all know that in the current NCR plan, regional plan, there is a mention of central NCR plan, right? But this plan is absolutely silent on a provision of central NCR plan. This plan is also silent on a provision of sub-regional plan for Delhi, which is mandated as per the current NCR plan, right? Now, in this context, I also quote from the proposed 2041 master plan, quote, Delhi Metro serves the entire CNCR and has large share of intercity trips and the upcoming regional rapid rail and will further blur the city boundaries. Now, is it okay simply to mention this apprehension that it will further blur the city boundaries? Now, what has been done to avoid that, or what has been done to accept that? I think that would have been made clear only if a central NCR plan or a sub-regional plan for Delhi was there in place. And as an academician, I can also say this is what we have learned and this is what we have always taught to our students, that ideally a master plan would follow a regional plan that would have been put in place earlier. Now, in this case, there is no talk, at least there is a talk, but then we do not know when the NCR plan would be notified, when it will be prepared. And then since this master plan process is already on, whether the NCR regional plan would again simply adopt it, or suppose they make a policy which is in contradiction. So this is a big question mark. And finally, Professor Saswat, I come to the geospatial technologies. And very nicely, it has been also mentioned in the draft plan that the land use plan has been prepared on the GIS platform. And personally, I am very happy about it because they have incorporated all the latest ground conditions, site conditions, etc., etc. But very interestingly, I was looking at the list of abbreviations, and only abbreviation I found against GIS, which I hoped was Geographic Information System, they expanded it as a gas insulated substations, which is also true. I'm not doubting on that, but then GIS being the main tool, I think that should have also been mentioned. Again, I'm very happy in the sense that thanks to technology, because we all know our experiences from the previous plans that you try to blow it up and then it breaks and pixelizes, etc. Now the current plan, because being prepared on a GIS platform, I tried to blow it up on my laptop even 10-15 times, and I'm very, very happy to report that it did not pixelize, it did not blur up. All the lines, land parcels, polygons, everything was perfect. I think for that I must congratulate the team and the GIS cell who may have done. And as I said earlier, they have also shown unauthorized colonies, legal, not legal, but at least for today, we are starting with a base, right? Was just one last comment I would like to say that, again, using the technology, I think there was also an opportunity, and probably some people in-house, maybe somebody from DDA will comment on this, that using this GIS technology and kind of interfacing it with the web and mobile based and app based technologies, I think we could have made public participation more meaningful and more effective. And finally, just one last comment. As I said, that when I was a student, I grew up learning the first ever master plan, popularly known as 1962 master plan, and then the MPD 2001, 2021. And now next year I would be retiring. So I am now studying the proposed MPD 2041. So I'll say 40 years of learning the master plan process. And if I summarize just in one sentence, in my own understanding, purely my own opinion, from an approach of a rigid implementation document, I think we have come to a more flexible policy document. Now, I'm not giving my opinion on this. I leave it to the other experts. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Saswat. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Mahavir, for your excellent, very analytical as well as critical comments, but they are very constructive comments. As when NIUA team was mentioning, one of their first mandate was, preparing an evidence-based master plan. And your point that you highlighted about, work studies and background studies supporting some of the analytical cases are very, very important. The second part of it, which is also very importantly mentioned about the communicating to the master plan. And one critique was that this master plan, majority of the plan document was circulated in English. As a result, if it is not translated to a vernacular or Hindi language, you are eliminating a large section of the population for reading and sharing their views on that. So these are some of the very important points. And regarding your point that you mentioned about city region connect, we would also have a session. I would request you also to be present there post lunch, because post pandemic and this aspect of city region and how they connect and that aspect become very, very important. Yes. So once again, thank you very much. I would also request you, I see some very important comment from Mr. Kapu, JK Kapu, Mr. Srinivas, and Professor Ashwini Kumar in the chat box. I would request all the panelists to quickly have a look at them. And at the end, I would request your feedback at the end of the panel. Thank you very much. Now I move to request.
Thank you.
Mr. R.K. Vijayvargiya, who is the Chief Town Planner of Government of Rajasthan and Architect Planner by training. So, Mr. Vijayvargiya, over to you. Mr. Vijayvargiya, are you here? I think we are unable to connect with him. So I think we move to the next panelist since Mr. Vijayvargiya comes in. I would request Mr. Rene Van Bokkel, Head of UNIDO India. Over to you, Mr. Rene, and looking forward to your comment and reflection.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all. Namaskar, or afternoon it is by now. Thank you for the invitation to contribute, and I should maybe start with a disclaimer, because I'm not an urban planner or an urban manager. I'm an international development practitioner working on inclusive and sustainable development, so I give more perspective from that as not a planning specialist. I work at UNIDO, UN Industrial Development Organization, so we're working on building factories that are fit for the future, which includes and also factories that are operating in harmony with communities and neighborhoods they are part of. And this requires this consultation and cooperation we refer to as industrial urban symbiosis. In physical sense, that can be done in terms of waste from one can become an input to another. Factories run on waste that comes from cities, as we see in Japan, in the eco-towns or in other places. Or we can see cities being heated or cooled by energy that's wasted in industrial areas, as can also happen in Rotterdam, which happens to be my home country in the Netherlands. But this symbiosis extends much beyond that. And so we want a high-quality urban environment, which allows then companies to also attract talented people. So we want high safety and environmental standards in industries, so that we can keep communities communities safe, cleaner, safe, and we want strong controls over suppliers so that transport providers are happy keeping the roads safe. So symbiosis is basically this concept that cities are places to what I would then in plain language say places to live, to earn a living, and to self-realize, so to socialize, to entertain, and so on. A livable city is then ultimately an outcome of collective action from the regulators, municipalities, business communities, and individuals, which at times requires going beyond self-interest. And I guess that's the main challenges, which is where planning should come in. So UNIDO works to support inclusive and green transformation of cities. So we say that sustainable cities ultimately become hubs of innovation, low carbon industrialization, and climate action. And for this, we see from an industrial development perspective the kind of the three pillars of equitable access to low carbon infrastructure and services, so that transport, mobility, waste management, renewable energy, and related issues. So we also need to create opportunities within urban planning for enterprises to operate. So that's that we create value chains, that we create places where people can work and commute to, and that we also have a vibrant innovation and economic system. So in India with MOA, maybe I can just mention that we work on sustainable city development in 5 cities: Bhopal, Jaipur, Guntur, Mysore, and Vijayawada, which has a strong focus on low carbon solutions to Swachh Bharat sectors like wastewater, and water. So coming then to the Delhi Master Plan, I think I confer with the previous speakers, and which is obvious. So if you have about 500 pages, it's an impressive document. A lot of work has gone into this, and it's admittedly a challenge to even try to grasp its reach and implications. So well-deserved congratulations on getting this far to the Development Authority and to NIOA for putting this together. I would like to take a few observations on with regard to the policy framework, and then the development models, and then also certainly on the implementation and monitoring. So firstly on the vision and the policy framework, I think the vision is and the associated goals are quite clear and straightforward. So sustainable, livable and vibrant Delhi, and then translated that to an environment sustainability, future ready with good and safe living environment, and then dynamic place. So that's good. I do miss a bit on the kind of dimensions. It might be implicit or included, but I think that some language around people focused, so putting people first, would be very important. So we make it an inclusive city, and Hitesh referred to that. But I think that the language around people focused is a bit missing, and I would add to that also neighborhood centered. So we have a huge megalopolis of Delhi being part of the NCR, so it's even bigger. But ultimately, to get to a sustainable solution, we need to to operate the city almost as pockets of small villages or small neighborhoods where people can find localized solutions. So then we don't have the mobility. Then we become transport lean, but mobility rich in that sense. So we can find our entertainment, our friends, our workplaces close to where we live, and we are creating communities. And that brings me to the third component on the goals. Maybe something on connectedness might be in there. That might be the digital enablement, but also for goods and services, but also the utilities that they are there. If I then go to the objectives under the policy framework, we have the 6 objectives on environment, sustainability, economic development, and so on. I think in reflection, this seems a bit mixed in my view between the thematic areas, so like environment, heritage, and urban sectors, housing and mobility. This seems a bit unfortunate, because if I then see that we say moving towards low carbon mobility, but this low carbon is not limited to mobility. So we should have low carbon also apply to the housing, so that we do energy efficient housing, that we include renewables in there and other aspects. We see resilient physical infrastructure, but we want also communities that are resilient, and also houses that are resilient. So I think that maybe in terms of operationalizing the policy framework, maybe some sort could be given to kind of develop these objectives into a matrix type of approach, where we have on one hand, on one axis, the kind of the thematic areas, which could be environment, cultural heritage, low carbon, resilience, and so on. And on the other side, then the implications for this on the specific sectors, so on transport, on housing, on the social services, on municipal services, on energy, waste, and effluent management. So then we could add a little bit in terms of operationalizing this quite ambitious framework. I agree with the ambition, that is great, but we need to get the tools and the mechanisms in place to operationalize. Then as a second component, and it's also the second part of the document, I think we then go to the development models, or the land pooling, the green development areas, the urban regeneration, and TOD. I'm not a subject area expert on planning, but as a relative outsider, each of these seem to be quite bottom-up approaches. There's a strong focus on the development control norms that was also highlighted by Niwa and so on. For a landowner or a group of landowners, it defines clearly the criteria to get approval for developing the land area. But each land owner will seek for maximum value within a narrow micro, or maybe slightly bigger than micro lot. And this raises then the queries on achieving the collective outcome of a sustainable, livable, and vibrant city. And I think that's also where the previous speaker was highlighting the sort of where are our meso level plans in this. And we might end up with high-level individual establishments in a suboptimal mesh, which then does not deliver the quality of life that we would like to deliver. And if I may be reflective, we already seem to see this happen with urban regeneration. You look at Defense Colony, for example, we see high-quality urban development houses coming up, but the neighborhood as a whole is not moving forward. And we could also see that with public transport. We see public transport being provided, but the hubs are not utilized as kernels for having shopping areas or business areas, as we have seen elsewhere. Maybe this is slightly better if you go to Gurgaon, but in Delhi we see many metro stations where there's limited interaction or integration into the fabric. So I could be provocative and to compare then a city with an airplane. It's obvious that we don't get an airworthy plane if we leave the development of the different components to different developers. So we need controls to get a livable city. Third, I come then to monitoring and implementation, and ultimately, of course, the plan is only as good as its mechanisms for implementation, monitoring, and enforcement. And I appreciate, and several people have already spoke on this, that we're focusing on the outcome indicators. So what will be the air quality? How clean will the Yamuna be? How much time will we spend in traffic jams? But however, I also feel that this is a challenge to relate this back to specific actions or developments that may or should not have taken place. The air pollution is ultimately an outcome of many actions by many people resulting from planning decisions years ago. So how do we connect this? Hence, I foresee a problem with operationalizing the well-intended outcome indicators to planning and development decisions on what will be approved. Hence, I foresee the need to impose somehow the policy directions into development norms, so to make sure that each building and structure has energy efficiency, that each development caters for waste and effluent management, and we can translate this further on. So we see a kind of maybe provocatively a disparity between the ambitions in the policy directions and then the rather maybe mundane or traditional approaches on what should be done in the development norms. So we need to fix this. In addition, I think in terms of monitoring and evaluation, it would be good to outline also the role of citizens participation and stakeholders participation in monitoring the development, the implementation of the master plan. In conclusion, if I take a bird's eye view of the master plan, I see strong macro level strategic direction towards inclusiveness, sustainability, quality of life, but is to be implemented largely through micro level planning and development controls. I'm concerned this may not be sufficient or effective enough. There's a kind of a missing middle. How do zone, and subzone level planning and development interact, and how do we get that? Based on my limited international experience from the master plan, from master planning, the present master plan misses a bit of the direction on what do we plan to do, where, how, and why. And I think this spatial dimension is a bit missing, and maybe this is something that still needs to be developed, but we need to get some controls on that. We actually have sufficient tools and instruments available that we can translate the high-level objectives, the strategic objectives into proactive planning that will define then the outcomes in 10, 20 years to come. And this we cannot yet measure right now. So maybe I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. And we look forward to contribute to further developing this master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rene. Excellent points that you highlighted, the aspects of industrial symbiotic relationship, industrial ecology, and their outreach to Delhi as a livable city. And these points, because Delhi has been grappling with a large amount of legacy issues related to industrial siting decision leading to pollution, industrial and otherwise municipal waste handling issues. So the point you really highlighted has been very, very important. And as a master plan level or as a land use policy level, some of the opportunity, for example, the aspects of circular economy, the aspects of circular waste flow, closing the loop could be explored. And the issue of this, some of these terminologies such as low carbon mobility or resilient infrastructure, these are basically cross-cutting post-pandemic when you talk about. So this doesn't really confine to one particular sector. So resilience could be for housing, resilient social, as well as other infrastructure. And low carbon is not limited to mobility only, but it is for all aspects of land use planning. So some of these very important aspects, I think the document maybe, redrafting or reworking out this, some of these aspects can definitely be taken into consideration. But nonetheless, thank you very much for your comments, Rene. And please, I request you to also see some of very important aspects, questions and comments coming in our chat box. One comment related to spatial planning hierarchy in Delhi. So I will come back to after all panelists have spoken, shared their views on this. So I will now move to Mr. S.K. Singh. Mr. Singh is a former member of Indian Administrative Service and now a member of the Real Estate Authority in Bihar. So welcome, Mr. Singh, and please share your comments and suggestions in this.
Thank you, Mr. Saswat, the chair of the session. After receiving the draft document for Master Plan 2041, I have gone through the whole paper, but I would like to restrict my comment based on the housing and the slum upgrading. The Master Plan document, we understand, is going to be the fourth Master Plan of Delhi. Town planning is a state subject, but coincidentally, Delhi being Union Territory, Delhi Development Authority has been entrusted with the job of the preparation of the master plan. The master plan is a vision document where the city must go in that stage. In fact, while going through the document, if its first chapter could have been elaborated about the outcome of the first three master plans, that would have been better. That would have generated more confidence about the next master plan 41. Now, coming to the points, I'm going to look into the subject of the housing. Housing in Delhi, coincidentally, has been a subject matter of the DDA. It has been monopoly of the DDA, and that has made the houses unaffordable in Delhi. With that in objective, first reform was done in 1998 as a new National Housing and Habitat Policy 1998, whereby it was conceived that private sector should be involved in the construction of the houses. And by the year 2007, National Urban Housing Habitat Policy advocated for making houses affordable. So these are the two policy documents on the basis of master plan with respect to the housing must be deliberated. Now, chapter on the housing has elaborated about the rental housing, but rental housing scheme will not succeed unless the rent laws are modified. Delhi has a unique situation that Delhi Rent Act was amended, notified, assented by President, and it was not implemented. Unless the Rent Act should be modified, which has a balance between the landlord and tenant, probably the rental housing. So a mention should be done about the rental housing reform in the master plan. Ultimate objective of the master plan is to make the happiness index of those residents improve, quality of life of the citizen must improve. So these should be basically criteria for the preparation of the master plan. Now in the master plan, the subject of the affordable housing has been dealt in detail. Rental houses have been dealt in detail, but it should be incommensurate with the two policies of the Union of India of 98 and 2007. That must be looked into. Now second, no city can be looked into a good city unless the slum peoples are given their basic rights. One mention has been given about making the slum for in situ upgradation. That is a good step. But 7 jewels, what we call is making the houses, affordable houses, water, sanitation, good education, reasonable health services, employment, and social security. These 7 jewels, unless they are provided to the slum dwellers, they cannot be integrated with the town. And unless the slum dwellers are not integrated with the town, the concept of the slum-free city cannot be conceived. So, slum dwellers have every right to get the basic services of the city, and they must be getting the basic services commensurate with their population. So it must be mentioned that whatever is resources to be spent for the 3 or 4 city government, they must spend reasonable money to their slum dwellers also. Now, these are basic parameters. If this is done in commensurate with the policies of the government of India, probably it will be better document. Now, on the non-formal sector, government of India has made an act of the Street Vendor Act and Street Vendor Policy. So a mention should be done about how the conditions of the street vendors could be improved, how the street vendors must be accommodated within the city master plan, and if that is done, probably we are going to give more employment to the people. And these 3-4 documents with Ministry of Housing at that time has made the policy and act. They must be incorporated in the master plan, draft master plan 41. If this is done, then probably the issues of the housing must be affordable housing can be addressed, and quality of life can be improved. Just by creating more infrastructure, these cities' quality of life does not improve, and they must be made integrated part of the city development. So this is my brief comment about the draft master plan 2041. With this, subsequently, if any question will be asked, I will be very happy to reply to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Singh, for highlighting the very important aspect of shelter, housing, and particularly the aspects of slum and informal activity. They are very, very important points. So I now invite Professor Gopal Krishan, Professor Krishan, for your comments on the topic. Sir, you have to unmute your microphone. Professor Krishan, your microphone is muted. Sir, you have to unmute the microphone. Can someone from ISPER unmute Professor Krishan? Okay, I think till we get back Mr. Professor Krishnan. So meanwhile, let us, I think, take some of these comments which are already on the chat box here, and I would like to draw attention this message from Mr. Debojyoti Mukherjee. who highlighted this aspect? I think these three aspects were also mentioned by Rene and Professor Mahabir also, about the lack of spatial planning hierarchy, and what Professor Mahabir has been highlighting about the linking the city plan with the NCR and regional plan, and Rene has been highlighting from the macro plan to local plan, local area plan, there has to be something in the middle. So so absence of a spatial planning hierarchy, how would these proposals that have been envisaged under this draft master plan going to get implemented or going to see the light of the day? And the second aspect is about what Mr. Singh very importantly mentioned about the critical evaluation of the earlier plans. And I think Professor Mahavir also highlighted that what has been the lessons that we have learned from the previous three attempts of planning Delhi, and that is being taken forward for the fourth attempt. So I would request Professor Mahabir, Rene, and Sunil, Mr. Singh to give your suggestion, comments, or any reflection. So Professor Mahabir.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Saswat. As you requested, I was also quickly going through the chat, and most of these are suggestions regarding the spatial planning hierarchy. I indirectly also touched in my presentation. See, ideally we have a regional plan for the national capital region, right? And that plan is also expiring this year. Now, if I broadly follow the same hierarchy, so the National Capital Region Plan subsequently has the sub-regional plans, that is for Haryana, UP, Rajasthan, and Delhi also considering it as a state. And as everybody knows, and the proposed master plan also admits that the city boundaries are getting blurred. So there is a concept of central NCR plan also. So in terms of hierarchy, we have a NCR plan, we have a sub-regional plan, we have a central NCR plan, and then we have a city plan or master plan that we all know. Now, within the master plan, the traditional spatial hierarchy has been the city plan, the master plan, then on to the zonal plans. Somehow in the first two plans, they were kind of not taken up so seriously. But then subsequently, I believe all the zones of Delhi do have a zonal plan at the moment. And then during the last 1.5 decade or so, there was a lot of emphasis on the local area plans also. And I'm not too sure there was some kind of a confusion in the sense that in some cases, probably it was prepared by the Municipal Corporation of Delhi, one of the three, because now we know that it has been trifurcated. In some cases, probably some other agencies outside the DDA or Municipal Corporation of Delhi, etc. Now, unfortunately, the current plan is almost silent on whether an entity or on local area plan would be there at all or not. Now, this is for me a bit worrying. So even if DDA assumes that it has no role to prepare it, but plan should mention that this should be prepared and ideally should be prepared by such and such agency, such and such organization. And also if we strictly go into the spirit of 73rd and 74th Amendment Acts, personally, I think, yes, any one of the municipal corporation or an agency appointed by the municipal corporation, because otherwise, where do you implement at the last stage? I think for now, these are my immediate reactions.
Thank you, Professor Mahavir. I will now go to Rene. Rene, if you would like to elaborate a little bit on your reflection about the middle level of plan that you were highlighting about.
Yes, and of course I reiterate that I'm not a planning expert, so I cannot quite see how this would work in the Indian context. But I clearly see that the macro is Delhi, or as previous speakers also said, it's even the NCR or north of India. So we need this hierarchy to be established. But I think that what one would like to see is a spatial map, and then identify zones on what is the main activity which is being being done, and this should not be just a color coding, but this should have some underpinning, which why do we want this, and I think this connects back, which I did not highlight, but it was highlighted also on what do we currently have. And in that regard, I think an assessment of how effective the previous plan would be important. But I guess also what we are increasingly saying is also then this on what is the quote unquote assets that we have in certain areas. So what are the opportunities that we have? So how can we build a city around certain places? Why do we put a housing block here and not a kilometer further or so? And this should not be governed by just private decisions, which we have seen in the past, that certain areas are developed because of certain ownership or certain other aspects which are going there. So we need to have a much better understanding. Why do we do certain things where? And that would then allow for private developers or development agencies to come in and do the things where we then have the development control norms, which are quite well elaborated. But I come also back and I reiterate that in these development control norms, we should then bring on also the resilience, the environment, the heritage conservation. So it's not about just how much density can be, what should be the structural composition and the roads and so on, but also include then operationalizations of this high level strategic directions for Delhi. So that's maybe some thoughts from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Rene. Mr. Singh, would you like to share your comment or views? Because Delhi is a very complex city to plan, with a lot of administrative fragmentation, and also there is a large regional catchment. And you being an administrator have seen as a public servant point of view. So would you like to share some of your views that how to make planning work for Delhi?
Delhi being the special character of Delhi, am I audible? Delhi, in fact, if you see the Constitution 74th Amendment, then there is the concept of Metropolitan Planning Committee. That does not apply in the case of Delhi, because Delhi being a city state, it is union territory. But the hierarchy of the planning, NCR planning board, sub-regional planning board, unless they are integrated with the Delhi master plan, this will not succeed, point number one. But I'm coming to the second point, which I have mentioned earlier. Now this is going to be the fourth master plan, unless the citizen of Delhi know that the outcome of the previous master plan, especially the previous master plan, the outcome is inaugurated in the next draft master plan, the confidence of people will not, otherwise it will appear that this is a restrictive plan where you can construct the houses here, you can construct not, you can go for G+3 or G+4. So some outcome of the earlier plan, especially 21 master plan, must be the first chapter in the draft master plan for 41. So if through this roundtable conference, this suggestion could go to NIUA or DDA, probably that will serve a better objective for this consultation. Now,
absolutely.
About the hierarchy, my earlier speaker, Professor Mahabir, has mentioned in detail. I would not like to comment on that, but in case of, you see the Constitution does not talk about regional planning. Constitution talk about the metro planning committee, and that is nothing but a bigger area than the normal municipal area. Now, in Delhi is already housing 4 municipal bodies, 3 municipal corporations, 1 the cantonment area. So this, if you can be considered the Metropolitan Planning Committee, that's what DDA is doing through preparation of the master plan. That's why the state government or central government, in case of Delhi, is basically preparing the master plan for whole of Delhi region. But Delhi's incumbent is dependent upon the flow from neighboring states, especially Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, and others. So regional planning has to be integrated with this master plan. So regional planning master plan upgradation should have been the first stage before preparing the MPD 2041.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Singh. I think this is very important, very pertinent point to this. Is Professor Gopal Krishnan's microphone could be unmuted? Okay. Meanwhile, I think I see a very interesting comment from the chat box, and I would like to invite Mr. R. Srinivas from TCPO. He mentioned a very important point about pandemic resilience while making the plan. So, Mr. Srinivas, I would request you for your quick comments to explain that.
Thank you, Professor Shashwat. I have already given my comments. perhaps section may be included with regard to the financial implications. Actually, we don't get the clear-cut idea what are the proposals and what could be the financial implications. And if you remember, during January time, we used to have the city development plan concept, and that was a learning for us, wherein a master plan can include both CIP as well as FOP. That's very much important. And I have written that we have a plan history of almost 60 to 70 years, and I mean where Delhi stands in terms of benchmarking. I mean, Mahua has released the service level benchmark. So where Delhi stands after so many years of plan development, that has to be clearly should be reflected in the master plan. Somewhere I thought sequencing, I mean, it has to be easy for a reader, if he is going to read 400 odd pages, including the annexure, perhaps there has to be a sequencing typical, I mean, you may say that there has to be out of box thinking, but it has to start from a regional setting. Professor Mahavir clearly mentioned about, the significance of regional plan in terms of planning the Delhi, and we cannot have a standalone planning for Delhi, but it has to be seen in the regional perspective. And maybe I mean annexures have been given because they had a lot of discussion. The MPD 2041 team had discussion with a lot of agencies, but that may be avoided. But those annexures which gives important facts and figures should be analyzed more comprehensively in different chapters of both social and physical infrastructure. Now, in fact, we have been discussing, I mean, post-COVID, I mean, the COVID has been a lot of learning for us, especially for the urban planners. Can we really revisit the, some norms and standards? I mean, we are obsessed with, in our master plan regulations and building dollars to prescribe the minimum, dwelling unit size. Maybe, I mean, somewhere we have mentioned for EW6, 18 square meter should be. I mean, we need to revisit those kind of what could be the should we prescribe minimum plot size or should we prescribe minimum built-up spaces? These are the points what I felt I have written, and hopefully the NIUA team will take into consideration. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Srinivas. I think for a very pertinent point, and in fact, the ISPER team is noting down all the comments posted in the chat box, because there is a large number of comments which we would like to collect together. Since we are unable to connect Professor Gopal Krishan and Mr. Vijay Varghia, I think we'll move to the next panel discussion, and once the connection is re-established, we'd like to invite them to share their views in the third panel. Meanwhile, I would like to thank the panelists of first panel, Rene Van Berkel, Mr. Sunil Singh, and Professor Mahavir. Thank you very much for sharing your views and raising very, very important points, and some of the very, very critical and analytical thoughts that you have shared would be very useful. And as ISPER plans to collect some of these comments and put them together and send it to NIUA and DDA for their consideration. So once again, thank you all three panelists for your very, very enlightening points. So friends, now we move. Thank you. So friends, now we move to our next panel. The next panel is focusing on the aspects of urban environment, culture, and services. And to take this discussion forward, we have four very eminent speakers, panelists with us today. Professor A.G.K. Menon, Professor Kavas Kapadia, Professor S.P. Jakhanwal, and Mr. Harman Piener. I welcome all the panelists for this discussion. And as like previous panel, I would request all the panelists to restrict the first level comments within 7 to 8 minutes, and then so that we have some time to discuss and invite and pick up some of the comments from the participant as well. So let me first invite Professor A.G.K. Menon to share your thoughts and views. Welcome, Professor Menon. Mr. Menon, you are muted. I think you have to unmute yourself.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think my brief was to look on culture and heritage. So a lot of comments that have been made earlier apply here also. So I would just say, make a few general comments, which is number one, the vision document that has been produced is excellent, it's very comprehensive, and that's exactly the problem. And the problem is that it demonstrates that it's aware of everything that's happening around the world, and this plan contains everything. So you can't say this is missing, that's missing, TOD is missing, or TDR is missing, etc. Everything is there. What is missing is, again, as Professor Mahavir and others have pointed out, how can it be implemented? And I will speak a bit on that because I have been involved in the development of Delhi for the last 30, 40 years. And the main problem I have is that there's nothing wrong with the plan, but it's not being implemented. The problems of implementation. Do we know what the ground realities are? And so I will come to that. So my problem is that this plan has been based on aspirations. It has not been based on understanding ground realities. After all, when you make a plan, you understand what the context is, and based on the context, you make a plan, not the other way around. Say, oh, what is happening? It should be sustainable, it should be this, it should be that, and all kinds of larger aspirations, and then you don't know, it does not happen on the ground. And I say that very clearly with confidence because I've been trying to do that and not succeeding. So the problem, as I see it, is the plan has been constructed on aspirations and not ground realities. There's no evidence that the ground realities will transform because the plan says it should. I mean, there's nothing to say that anything wrong with the aspirations. But will it be realized? A well-defined and realistic process is missing. And that, I think, Professor Mahavir has also pointed out that the local area plan missing. So how do we implement it? A well-defined realistic process is missing. In fact, the one effective and legal tool that could have been developed to implement the plan, the local area plan, has been eliminated in this plan. So we come to a layout plan and we come to a zonal plan, and we are supposed to say that everything will happen in between. It does not happen. So I will base my objections to three experiences I've had with the plan. One is regarding heritage. Even though heritage is a very important plank, one of the 6 important pillars of this plan, but I can say very clearly that this is not going to get implemented. And I say it from the experience I've had for the last 2 plans. The MPD 2021, for the first time, had heritage as part of the master plan. Wonderful. And this plan extends it. I think it extends it. It has got all the heritage properties listed, GIS coordinates are there, everything is there. So it makes an advance, but how will it be implemented? I'll give you only 2 examples. In the last master plan, the central vista was supposed to be heritage zone. Now, what we find is the heritage zone has made no sense. It's been transformed the way it wants to be, people want it to be transformed. So where does the plan come and where does the realistic implementation take place? It is being implemented by, I think what Justice Anand had also said, we should follow the rule of law, but we are following the rule by law. Laws are being changed, master plans are being changed, land use is being changed. And based on those changes, the project is going ahead. So we are not following the rule of law. If you're not following the rule of law, what is the purpose of the master plan? After all, the master plan is the rule of law. So from my experience, the heritage has been completely, shall we say, not followed in the development. And I'll give you this one example of Central Vista. Second example, I said in greater detail, Mehrauli Archaeological Park was supposed to be an archaeological park. Now the DDA can't define what is the Mehrauli Archaeological Park. We're in court. We've gone to a PIL, we've gone to court. The courts have said, ask DDA, can you please produce the Mehrauli Archaeological Park? They're not able to produce what the Mehrauli Archaeological Park is. So we have a wonderful plan. It says Mehrauli Archaeological Park shall be an archaeological park, but we are not able to define it. So I'm saying that we have problems at the ground. Second, I was a member of the K.K. Mathur committee for regularizing unauthorized colonies. We gave a very realistic proposal. And it was purposely realistic because we took all the problems, everything, and said, well, we can do this. Even that was not done. So I'm asking that when we say that colonies have to be regularized, slums have to be upgraded, how is it going to be done? From my experience, it says very clearly MCD will do it. But I found that the MCD does not have the capacities, does not have the budgets, does not have the personnel, does not have the resources. So how will it be done? So the master plan has done its job, saying that it shall be upgraded. It shall be upgraded by the municipalities. But it is not happening. And I can tell you, I'm saying it quite directly here, I've been trying to do it, it has not worked. Thirdly, local area plans. I was part of an institution at 5-10 years ago. The municipality said we'll get on an experimental basis 10 local area plans made by institutions. These were made. Now, neither the MCD nor the DDA is able to say what to do with this local area plan. So I had suggested, 3-4 years ago when NIU had started this exercise of master plan, and I said, look, I don't think we need a master plan. What the city requires is 272 local area plans. Once you make those 272 local area plans, they could be put together, find out what the commonality is to make a zonal plan and a master plan. It should have been a bottom-up approach. Now we've got is a top-down approach, and we're hoping that the layout plan will work, or the slums will be upgraded, or some colonies will be, the brownfield projects will be done. It is not going to be done. So I'm saying that a plan is only as good as the people understand it. People cannot understand a zonal plan. People cannot understand a master plan, even though it is done to the GIS details. They could, but they cannot. So unless there's a local area plan where people can say, oh, this is my house, this is where the market is, this is where the metro station is, now I understand what the plan is, now what are you suggesting? I think unless you come to that level, these master plan exercises for you and me, educated people, doesn't matter either way, we are all very great intellectuals, we make master plans, we are aware of all the ideas, and we say fantastic master plan has been made. So I'm afraid the master plan 2041 is a great plan, but it cannot be realized. It will not be realized because of we have not understood what the process of realization is. So that's briefly what I want to say, and I say it from my experience involved in heritage, trying to make heritage, and we are finding that heritage is going fast. I gave you the example of Central Vista. I can give you half a dozen other examples. Master plan says that this should be protected. It is not protected. Why is it not protected? I can give you the example of slums. We worked on it. It is not happening. I can give you the example of local area plans. It is not being implemented. So I'm saying that this exercise should have been the other way around. We should have spent all the time, resources to make 272 ward plans. Ward councillor would have been there. I know the kind of problem we face when we were making these local area plans, the kind of questions that were being asked, the kind of issues that the people were facing. So you may say we have consulted thousands of people, but we on the ground have found that these questions have not been answered. So thank you. I'm sorry to be so blunt about it, but there's not much time, and one has to make this point as clearly as possible that this fantastic master plan, it's a great master plan, must congratulate NIU and DDA for producing this wonderful document. It should go into some library and say that we're very intelligent people, we can make these plans. But what will happen to the ground? I'm sorry, nothing's going to happen to the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Menon, for being blunt, but very pertinently putting the point, some of the point, the issues like the challenges in process of realization, also the approach which is bottoms up rather than top down, and how to realize at the ground level the objective and vision of master plan. Some of these points are very well articulated. Thank you for your very, very candid explanation. Now I would request our next speaker, next panelist, Professor Kawas Kapadia. So welcome, Professor Kapadia, over to you. Professor, your microphone is muted. You have to unmute it. There is a button there to unmute. Is the From the ISPER side, can anyone attempt to unmute Professor Kapahan?
I was saying that I have a big task ahead of me because, as previous speakers have said, it's a very monumental document. But you asked me to keep to heritage and culture, so I'm going to keep to heritage and culture. It is also very difficult for me because I was a part of one of the teams which was advising NIUA, and I want to tell my colleagues in my team, Nilesh, Kanak, Ruchi and Sumedha, that sorry, today I am not on your side, I am sitting across the table. So I look at this document from an overview and then give my comments. We have had this master plan for 1961, 2001, 21, now 41. Delhi has grown from paltry 36 lakhs in 1961 to 1941. But one thing that catches your attention when you're reading this plan is that the format of this plan remains the same. Now you must understand that a city has a personality, it has a life of its own, it's like a person. We all know as parents that when our babies grow up to teenagers, our behavior towards them has to change. Our understanding of them has to change. Delhi is a large city, 20 million. A 20 million city acquires its own life. It has its own personality. That personality, which is going to a great extent mark the direction where I'm going through the cultural analysis, is missing because I think we don't seem to understand and take this seriously. And we think that any city of 20 million is a city of 20 million. That's not the case. Let me indulge you for a minute. I'll take you a detour of a historical detour of in 1670. While in Mumbai, Charles II traded Mumbai to the East India Company for 10 pounds. At exactly the same time, 1670, in Delhi, Aurangzeb was scheming to imprison his father, Shah Jahan, and to behead his brother, Dara Shikoh, and somehow manipulate to get to the crown. The lesson to be learnt is that ever since that time, Mumbai has been trading and Delhi has been scheming. It is a part of the culture that we live in. You know, the culture of Delhi, down the line, there was a time when Shahjahanabad was supposed to have a very Lucknowi tehzeeb and a very soft culture. Towards 47 and beyond, when Delhi started to expand, we have become a kind of an arrogant city, a defiant city, a city very difficult to govern. These are characters that play a very big role in making a plan. Because if you do not understand this, then you make a plan which is good enough to be implemented to any big city anywhere in the world. Now, why I want to give you this background is that Delhi is a very complex place to plan. In fact, there are several Delhis. There is the Lutyens Delhi and there is that Delhi of Khichadipur, and between there are several Delhis. While this plan tries to grapple with this idea, my personal understanding is that this should have been a breakaway kind of a plan, not in the same format that has been presented year after year. I mean, 3 plans have been presented, and as somebody very rightly said, that this plan does not even have the work studies. So it leaves you just confused. I mean, there was an example given that all the abbreviations used freely all across, one has to turn pages to find out what the hell this means, you know, this particular abbreviation. Now, why I'm saying it's very difficult to govern is that Delhi has a large percentage of poor people. Now, again, we try to resolve the problem of the poor, and when there is a crisis that hits us, then these people, poor people, have to walk for 500 miles, 800 miles, and we never really realize why a person has to walk 800 kilometers away from Delhi to go back to his house. It's very simple. The indicator is that Delhi has developed as a primate city. We have failed to develop the region. If the region was developed, there was no need for a person to walk 800,000 kilometers home. He would be home in 50 kilometers or 60 kilometers. But that is, I'm not going there because I'm supposed to be talking about heritage and culture. So I'm going to restrict myself on heritage and culture. Now, the tone of this document, as you go ahead, you find that it does talk about certain things. And the example I gave you of Delhi being a very defined city is that what triggered this idea was somewhere I was reading that Delhi is going to be developed into a night city. You see, the problem is that every city cannot develop into a night city. Delhi first has to be developed as a safe city, and then only you can make it as a 24/7 city. Now, this is where the cultural role plays a very big part. A lot of the places in the plan, when I was reading, it keeps on using this reconciliatory language, which says that there is a need to do this, we should do this. In fact, reading about the riverfront, which is again a part of the environment that I was about to talk about, the zone O2 and zone O1, a large part of that, which we all know, has been taken away, just like the ridge. Year after year, we are losing the riverfront and the river basin. And there I was surprised to read a line which says that, 300-meter green belt wherever possible. So as somebody has already said, we are reconciling, we are taking it for granted that whatever has happened, let us move forward. And the spirit of reading this map, and when you look at the plan, the only one land use plan which is available, then you find that nearly 50% of the area is still unbuilt, but it has a lot of unauthorized construction, it has villages, it has areas that have not been planned. Partially, it is because our plan is not keeping pace with the development. We are chasing the development all the time. And when you are chasing the development, then you have to make a lot of compromises. And like, for example, the river zone, where we are saying that wherever it is possible, we will make the plantation, and so on. Now, Delhi, as I said, there are several Delhis. There is a Delhi of the super rich, there is a Delhi of the poor people. And these poor people, according to the document itself, 70% of the workforce is employed in informal sector. Now, see, this plan has to reconcile itself with several conflicting realities. And these realities don't come out because the whole plan is distributed into compartments. You chapters. You open a chapter on heritage, you read about heritage, how great our heritage is. Then you open a chapter on housing, you read about housing. Then you read about travel, and you read about life. Doesn't happen in chapters. It's all linked. As I think Rene said, that an overview would have been very good if in the very beginning we had a very realistic cutting across how one thing has a bearing on the other. 70% of the workers are in unemployed sector, and 90% of the families of Delhi, this is according to a latest survey, are unable to spend less than 25,000 rupees per month. So there is a very huge chunk of people who are genuinely poor. At the same time, we get excited opening our newspaper in the morning because the latest model of some Western car has been released. And the sale of cars has gone up recently. I was reading, it gladdens the heart of all the Delhi walas. कि गाड़ियां बिकने लगी हैं. We are standing in the middle of a big conflict. Not only a economic conflict, but these are all environmental things that I'm pointing to. So, we are grappling with the idea of how to go about it. Somewhere in the book, somewhere in the description, it says that 45% of the indigenous PM 2.5 is due to the dust construction activity. At the same time, on the other page, it says that in Delhi, construction activity is likely to increase 3 times, perhaps more, by the end of 41. Now, the report doesn't connect these two things. But if you read through, then you find that where is the thinking linking these two? Because you have left that chapter behind, so you feel that this is something different. There are many promises like, public plazas may be made, public plazas shall be made on major roads. I don't know how these public plazas are going to be made. In fact, a lot of this is actually imaginary thinking of all the new areas that are likely to come, TOD, and the tradable FAR, and what about several other things which are going to come in the future. So I wish it all the best luck, and I am sure that it will sort of work. But I think there is a certain very basic fundamental understanding which seems to have escaped us in looking at a fact that when a city becomes 20 million and it's going to become 30 million, then those whole ideas of a neighborhood, I will plan a neighborhood where a person will be born in the neighborhood, he'll work in the neighborhood, and everything will be hunky-dory. It doesn't work like that, because when the city expands to 30 million and it expands to 1,400 square kilometers, people need to travel. That's the reality. So I think it's very foolhardy to expect that people will just live and survive and die in their own neighborhoods. It doesn't happen like that. And this mindset we have not been able to get out of. That is why all the master plan books, they look the same. They shouldn't. The only thing which is good for this master plan is that the land use map is on GIS. Now, mind you, it is the land use map that is enclosed for our study is not a very detailed land use. So you have to guess a lot of things. But anyway, I was not intending to go there because I am looking at an overview. And I think it's very important to look at an overview rather than go into the nitty-gritty. I'm sure there are some very good things here. Now, for example, one of the good things, which I'm very proud, one of my teams was also a partner in doing, was the vertical mix, which is permissible. We realized that, Delhi is running out of land. So you cannot have the luxury of having land for every small use. So why not we have a large chunk of land and we have floors, and then different activities use those floors. So this is, I think, a kind of a breakthrough. The only thing, when I read the details of that, I find that, that small thinking has again caught up somewhere, which says that each one of these activities will have its own independent axis, which anyway, I don't want to go there. It's a small detail. So there are some good points like that. There is a good point about something to do with green-blue factor. Now, just like as Professor Menon said, how will this be executed, this green-blue factor on the plot level in a city where the river has become from a river to a gutter? And I think everyone is educated enough and has traveled the world and seen how people treat their rivers. In London, in Paris, in Kyoto, in Copenhagen, everywhere, rivers which 20 or 30 years ago, they were like nalas, have now become pure rivers. And here we are, our river down the line, down the 35 years, has become a nala. And we keep on talking. Now, mind you, it's not that the state does not have the power or the muscle to do it. We have seen in the recent past that if they make up their mind, they are able to achieve great things. But when will the river become a priority? This is so far, it has just been, lip service. So I find that, things like green, like river and so on and so forth, a lot remains to be done on this. Sasha, please feel free to cut me down if I.
So I want to request you to conclude now, and then we'll have a discussion. Okay. I request you to come back. That.
Okay. Yeah? Okay. I'll wind up now. And with a comment that I think Justice Anand has also said this very same thing, that the state must put all its power behind the plan to make sure that it is executed, and the spirit of the plan is formulated and translated on the ground. This is the real test of the pudding. Otherwise it's all theory. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kapadia. And I think you made some of the points, very important points, and some of the tokenistic ideas, such as blue, green, and low carbon, have been dotting all over the master plan. And how to ground them, you need a roadmap. I think these are very pertinent points to actually ponder upon. I would now invite Sri Suraj Jakhanwal, former Vice Chairman of Delhi Development Authority and an expert in urban management. So over to you, Mr. Jakhanwal, for your comments.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bandyopadhyay. I am more of a practitioner than in the real sense of a planner. So I will try to confine to the managerial aspects and the practitioner aspects of Draft Master Plan 2041. My number one comment is about the timing of the publication, draft publication of the plan. It is, the very opening sentence says, it has a perspective of 20 years, Delhi 2041. And by implication, it means it will start in 2021, though it is strictly not a correct legal position. Now, we are in 2021. Now, all the draft plan document is based on the census data of 2011. That is 10 years old. Only at some places, the economic survey of Delhi of 2017 or 2018 have come into play. That means the basic fabric on which this draft is proposed to be built will be 10 years old in 2021 and will be 31 years old when the perspective year 2041 comes. This was not so in respect of MPD 2021. Why? Because 2021, it was draft publication was made in 2005 and final publication in 2007. That means the data that they used was of 2001, the beginning year of the perspective. The same thing is true of 2001 plan also. The publication was made in midway around 1990. That means they used the data of 1981, which was the beginning year of the perspective. This is not going to be so in respect of Draft Master Plan 2041. This is a very, very serious thing, and it is so fundamental and radical that the planners, the decision makers have to put in their mind. Just now I saw 2 or 3 comments in the chat box, especially from Mr. Srinivas also, and Professor Mahavir reacted. What will happen when the census data come, say, after 1 year? It should have come this year, but because of COVID, this has been postponed. So, but it will, anyway, it will be there by, say, after 6 months or 9 months. So we have to think as to what will happen. There are various ways we can do it. Shall we say that there will be an intensive revision after the census data have been received? This has another implication also. This was very well brought out by Dr. Mahavir, that regional plan probably is going to be finalized in the next 6 months to 1 year. So if we have to have some sort of a symbiosis, semblance of unity between the regional purposes and the Delhi purposes, then that also should have come in first. So let the policy makers decide whether they have to extend the period of inviting objections and delay the final publication, as was done probably for the last 2 plans. So the suggestion is that the government may consider extending the period of inviting comments and objections, and in the meantime incorporate the results of census 2021 as well as the regional planning directives which may emerge of even a period of 1 year. That was my point number one, which is conceptual. Now, as I said, I am more interested in the managerial framework of the planning process. Now, I must admire that the present DPM, that is the draft master plan, is comparatively much better from the managerial framework point of view. It starts with a vision, breaks down into 3 goals, further breaks down into 6 objectives, further breaks down into 34 policy areas, and so on and so forth. We are very well, I mean, as a management man, I admire this. What is probably missing in this chain is the mission. In all managerial documents, when we prepare a vision of an organization, vision comes, then comes mission, then comes objectives, then comes activities and success indicators, and so on and so forth. And this is not only from a technical point of view. If they have a common mission, a number of individual values of variables, as some, I think Rene told about the matrix. Dr. Mahavir also talked about relationship between different variables. So if there has been a single mission, a composite index to measure the success of planning, it would have been better. So my suggestion is that in the very first page 7, when they are talking of vision, goals, etc., they should try to include a mission, a statement of mission. What it should be is a matter of detail, but I can give you a very broad outline as to what it should be. And the mission is probably, they have said it at page 155 later, that 20 key performance indicators will be combined together to produce one single livability index. This is what has to be done. A single livability index based on these 6 objectives, 20 key performance indicators will have to be worked out, for which the weightages will have to be given. And this giving of weightages to different objectives and activities is a very consultative process as to what policymakers, which they say is the biggest priority, which they say is the lowest priority, and giving them a quantitative value. So if they do it, it will be a great thing. Because every time we need not say whether our plan has failed or plan has succeeded. Because it might have failed in some respect, it might have succeeded in some respect. But where is the overall perspective? Somebody rightly said the present draft should have started with the review as to what extent the last plan has succeeded. Though they give some here, some statements here, some statement there. They say Delhi is the most noisiest city in the world in 2017. Only last year they said the particulate matter 2.5 is probably the highest in the world. You might have read an interesting statement of the US president when he comes that I am going to lose 2 days of my life if I visit Delhi. Why? Because of air pollution. And it's not something which has not been done. Beijing did it at the time of Olympics. They made a mission that, all right, our mission is to reduce air pollution, and they did it. Exactly in the similar way, if we have this livability index well developed, well articulated, well quantified, well formulated, probably our focus will be there, the mission will be there. Mission becomes very important for the organization and the participants in the organization. Everybody talks of the mission. Man on the moon is a mission. Man on the Mars is a mission. Capturing this city in a war is a mission. And so the whole organizational strength organizational energy is devoted to achieving that mission, and that statement is missing. So probably I can't plead for a complete change of the draft. It will be foolish enough, but they could make it a point to do so. Now I have 3 or 4 specific points to the draft. These were the 2 conceptual points. The page italics 2 deals with the transition cases as to the cases which have been sanctioned but not constructed as yet. It says, I will read out, the projects already sanctioned in accordance with MPD 201 but yet to commence construction will have to start construction with a period of 6 months from the date of notification. That is my plea. At the moment it says that those which could not start construction, they will lapse. Imagine the administrative chaos that it will work and open up the floodgates of corruption. What is meant by construction? Does it mean digging of 2 feet of foundation? Does it mean bringing the building up to plinth level? Does it mean getting a completion certificate? So leaving these gray areas, sorry to say, at very low levels in the ground will be nothing but lead to lot of discretion, lot of harassment, and lot of difficulties in administration of the new plan. So my suggestion is that they should make it clear that all old sanctioned projects must start construction in the real sense within a limited period, beyond which they will have to seek fresh sanction. It will be easy to implement, easy to understand, and leaves very little discussion here and there. Next point is on the green-blue assets. It is for the first time that the word green-blue factor has been brought into the planning process in Delhi at least. It was not so in Plan 20T1. They always talked of greens, green fund, greening of areas. They boast that green area in Delhi has gone up by 100% from about 150 square kilometers to about 300 square kilometers. It is a great achievement. Green, they say Delhi is one of the greenest cities, at least in Asia, if not in the world. And that is true. So why it has happened? Because they had considered green as an important aspect. They were considering green as an important point to be strong. Now, for the first time, this blue factor. It is unfortunate that blue factor in Delhi Master Plan was not so well emphasized. And if they are doing it for the first time, I welcome it. But doing it at the site level, doing it at the building level, and finding out the G blue factor is not going to do much. The major area of attention is the river Jamuna. And unfortunately, you can see the baseline table on environment in part of the document. It only says 21 kilometers of river Jamuna contributes 70% of the pollution. And this 21 kilometer is from barrage, with barrage north in the north, up to Okhla in the south. Wazirpur, if I'm correct. Wazirpur in the north and Okhla in the south, 21 kilometers. What?
Sir, Wazirabad.
Wazirabad, okay, Wazirabad, right. But don't forget that Jamuna is not only 21 kilometers, it is 47 kilometers. And the whole of it is not in the development area of the DDA. And that stretch of 25 kilometers north of Wazirabad, as somebody corrected me, is a priority area. Even if the whole of the area is not going to be declared development area, in the technical sense, within inverted comma, at least the edges of the river, this 25-kilometer river, from north of Nazirabad up to Palla village, they have to be declared, they should be declared as development area under the Delhi Development Act. Only then probably the future of the river is secure. Otherwise, it will also happen the same way which has happened between Wazirabad to Okhla. Number 2 on the green-blue factor. I have seen while developing Dwarika, that was done during my time. The water bodies are disappearing. The master plan document itself says there are about 1,000 water bodies, out of which 30% are non-traceable. What a pitiable state. Generally, water bodies are public properties, are owned by the state or by the local community. If they are disappearing, where are they going? They are being indiscriminately being filled up for the greedy needs of the builders, for getting a better price of land, sacrificing the overall community interest of having water bodies. So my strong plea to the decision makers at this stage will be that make it a point that no water body beyond a particular size of, say, about half an acre or so will be obliterated. Just like notice in case of forest, this has been done. No tree beyond a particular girth can be cut without the permission of the forest officer. If this can be done in respect of individual tree, why can't it be done in respect of sizable, visible, physically present water bodies? Nothing but willpower to do it. As somebody rightly said, I think it was Kapadia said, all important cities, whether it is Paris, whether it is London, whether it is anyway, riverfront is the place of pride. Whereas in our case, it is a place of dirt. So that is the difference we have to bring in respect of blue factor. So while commending them for highlighting it, but they are not able to operationalize it. Number 4, on this, I am not in favor of clubbing the green factor and the blue factor in one. It will be a big brother versus a small brother. So let's have a specific indicator or land use standard pattern in respect of blues whenever they talk of zonal plan or local area plan or site plan. That's as how much percentage of land is going to create blue assets. Last point probably is on this inclusiveness. The plan document rightly says the density of population in Delhi is highly uneven, highly uneven. New Delhi district, 4,000 people per square kilometers. Northeast district, 36,000 people per square kilometers. Overall density, about 9,000 to 10,000. So one district having 36,000. And the tragedy is that in the last 40 years, the growth of Northeast district population is more than the average growth of Delhi. You can find out between 2001 to 2011, population went up from 17.6 lakhs to 22.42 lakhs. A decadal growth of about 24-25% in one district, where the overall growth of Delhi's population is only 21. So what is already dense is becoming denser. Is that what we want? Whereas it should have been thinned out. Thinned out not to the rare bones, but thinned out in. So why can't we have some policy decision, recommendation in the plan that in such dense areas, all public lands vacant and even private land vacant will have to be given a special permission for building. Only, and then after their brownfield development, redensification, or rather regeneration, they are there. I have no dispute with them. Let them continue with them. But the emphasis and the direction probably is missing.
Sir, I would request you to conclude this first round
So
so that we have
last point is I've already said that some very specific and forceful decisions in respect of green area development. And I will name only 2 or 3. Number 1, in greenfield, I'm not talking of old areas of East Delhi. All new field of North Delhi and the West Delhi, which they are going to develop to accommodate 4 to 5 million people. No open landfills now. Enough is enough. Number 1, ample and strong recycling process. Number 3, urban forests, water bodies, and peri-urban agriculture to be given priority, and their livability index of the new green areas will be separately computed to see whether we are progressing. Thank you very much. I have made my submissions, and thank you very much, Dr. Bandyopadhyay.
Thank you, Mr. Jakhanwal, for very, very important points that you shared, and also the perspective of mission and management perspective, particularly in the vision document. Now we move to Mr. Harman PNR. Mr. Harman PNR is a program management officer and lead of urban lab in UN Habitat Nairobi. And Harman also was a chapter coordinator for this new document, Post-Pandemic and Cities, towards a green and healthy urban future. So welcome, Harman, and we are looking forward to your reflection, particularly the point post-pandemic urban planning in city development. Over to you, Harman.
Thank you very much, Jay. Am I audible?
Okay, audible.
Thank you. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this panel and this very interesting discussion. I will start with a few just background notes and then also deal with the implications of our findings within the COVID report and how it has bearing on this plan that we're discussing today. But first of all, and please remind me after 5 minutes that I need to conclude. So I think just as a background opening, I think viewing the MPD in the light of its predecessors is important. And I think the transformational change that has happened in what the aspects are that are being dealt with in this document is quite significant. It's an extremely complex environment that we're working in. And these transformations and the new emphasis within the document is really welcomed. And I want to congratulate the team for being thorough, for being so comprehensive in the document, and for having the courage of embarking on these new parts and to bring in these new elements into the document. So it's a very compelling read. It kept me awake well past midnight last night. And I think, Hitesh, when I'm back in Delhi one day, I'll take dinner for that. But I think the main issues or outcomes that's really welcome from a more global and from a UN Habitat policy side is the strategic focus and a more outcome-based approach. That one gets more to a higher level of strategy and overall direction. The inclusive process that you've embarked upon, given the situation with COVID, one can understand that it became even more difficult, but at least bringing in these interest groups into the discussion as much as possible, I think is really positive. Then Also the focus on the environmental aspects, as is mentioned previously, the blue and green aspects that are being incorporated, and the inclusion of general climate change aspects into the document is really welcomed, especially the real issue about things like air pollution, water pollution, and so forth. And then also the culture and heritage focus that are not being left behind and that are emphasized as one of the 6 goals that's been set up. I think those are all really positive effects that has been brought in and are really welcomed and should be applauded. If I move to more a little bit background on the findings of COVID and how it would apply to this master planning exercise, I think generally in the world and India has carried the brunt of the COVID pandemic, is that what we found is that the pandemic was really a stress test on urban systems as a whole. So it's not just a health issue. It became an economic issue. It became a movement issue. It became an access to services issue. And it is like a stress test on the city system. In the same way that you would do a stress test on metal to see where the breaking points are and where the weak points are within that metal, it glaringly exposed the weak points within urban systems. And I think things like the importance of public space provision, the importance of movement corridors, and the general access to services became real issues that where those things were maybe tolerable under normal circumstances, the minute that the whole system gets put under this kind of stress test, those issues came to the fore of being real problems in the city that we kind of knew of before, but we could tolerate it. The system could tolerate it, but in this situation, it simply can't tolerate it. And those are clear indications to cities and city governments of where they should focus the effort to remedy those situations within cities. And we're talking about slums, informality, lack of access to services, overcrowding vis-a-vis density. Density has not been proven as the problem. Overcrowding and lack of facilities and public spaces and things like that's where the problem was hitting cities. The lack of access to clean water, for instance. And then, of course, issues that, like the major issue in Delhi around air pollution, is a major factor in creating pre-existing conditions that then makes it more difficult to deal with a pandemic like COVID. So I think all those issues have been indicated in the master plan. They've been highlighted, and there's a clear evidence of initiatives and actions that need to take place, and standards that has been expressed in the master plan to deal with some of these issues. Maybe not in such a comprehensive way that it directly links back to something like the COVID finding and the messaging that came from that, but certainly dealing with those aspects as urban factors, because they are part of the whole concept of livability and of resilience that needs to be looked at in this context of this stress test that cities experienced. So I think from that and just looking then at the master plan, which is really a strategic document that is future orientated. Some of the comments I'd like to make on that, and I really make these comments with the greatest of respect and with also the understanding that it's easy to say these things, to do them and to incorporate them in a coherent document. It's really tricky and very difficult to do. And I've been in that boat many times in my career, and understand the difficulties and the realities that one needs to deal with. And so please take these comments from a point of ignorance at one point about the context of Delhi, but also that I'm coming as an outsider and looking at it from the outside and a fairly high level to provide these overall comments. So the first point is that although a lot of the content is embedded in the document, there's not a real tangible link to global policy indicators on sustainability and resilience. I know the SDGs has been mentioned in the glossary of terms, but I found no mention in the document where there's this link about the SDGs and where some of the strategies and initiatives that are being highlighted in the document are actually linked back to, there's a bigger picture, there's a bigger issue around climate change and about the sustainable development goals that starts to link in and provide some background and underbuilt for some of the strategies that is within the document. And I think that link can be strengthened. The same applies for the new urban agenda. And I think generally, what I find a little bit lacking is that the expression of what the main urban models for development could be isn't coming out clearly. There's some mention of something like transit-orientated development that is a model for development to bring out sustainable and inclusive kind of developments, but it may be applicable more at a localized level and at a citywide level, at that strategic level, these kind of models that and the application of that for more sustainable development is not coming out clearly. And that will ultimately in future, I suppose, anything like a voluntary local review for the SDGs for the city in future would start to rely on these more contextual linkages at a global level. So that is one point I think where the document could maybe be enhanced slightly. Then the other point is really that this shift that is clearly evident in the document to a more strategic level of thinking and to outcomes, it could be enhanced if it is supported by a spatial reflection of these policies and these issues. And I find that a bit missing within the document, that there's a lot of narrative, there's a lot of evidence, there's a lot of tables that describe these issues, but there's very few maps, or there's very few relationship to spatial. How does that manifest itself at a spatial level within the document? And I think it makes it more difficult to understand the rationale and the approach because of that. And the first issue related to that is an issue of how do we understand the city? How do we understand the city from a context of sustainability, inclusiveness, access to services, etc. The numbers and the statistics that underlie this is there, but in my reading of the document, I found it difficult to understand it at the spatial level. And I think development, and especially master planning, is intricately and fundamentally a spatial exercise as well. So I think the SWOT analysis that gave rise to I think the six strategic goals or the themes that are being addressed within the plan is not related to space, and I think I suspect that the base data and the background data is there, and it is spatialized in a way that the GIS mapping is there, but that spatial reflection of the issues isn't there. So the question in my mind is really what gave rise to the six goals and themes, and there may be an opportunity to overlay the different issues and to provide the interaction and interface of these different issues with each other to reflect these issues more as part of a urban and city system than individual issues on their own. So I think that is key in creating that understanding with all the role players, both the ones that would implement the plan at the end of the day, and for general public and institutional understanding of where these issues are coming from. I think to illustrate this a little bit, and I'm really glad to see that there was a people-oriented focus within the participative process, but also for the document itself. Something like density mapping. You know, we talk about densities. The previous speakers also spoke about densities, but where exactly are they on the map, and what are those percentages and so forth? And then if one start to relate that to what is the percentage of the population with walkable access to a particular service, like a park or a health facility or work opportunities or public transit systems. What are those percentages, and where are the areas where that access isn't actually up to standard or not? And so that one physically can see where the problem arises and therefore where the focus to deal with the problem should be directed to. And I find that as an area that could greatly enhance this very comprehensive description of the factors that influence the plan. So that, to my mind, is bringing forward a better understanding for all the different role players. And then the same could be applied to the actual strategy and the spatial reflection of the strategy. The land use map that are there, I think the underbuild of that, the fact that it's GIS based and that we can unpack the different layers, I think is excellent, but it still doesn't really provide me with an overall view spatially of what the strategy would be for the city. And it doesn't provide me with a view of how the city should function in the future, and almost be able to model that in a way to say that if we restructure and transform the city in a particular way, this is the effect that it'll have structurally on the city, and that one can almost indicate how some of the indicators would shift. I've spoken about a spatial accessibility indicator before, but you can then indicate, if you develop in this particular way, these populations that are now indicated as being in more deprived areas or not having access to all the services, the improvement of access to services will increase by X% or so forth. So that this evidence-based model within the document can be translated to those indicators at a spatial level as well. I also find that the sectoral approach is still quite evident, and that the integration between the sectors, as also a previous speaker indicated, that these things they linked, they happen, and they influence each other. And I find that it's still quite sectoral, and not really giving us a comprehensive overview. And I think by spatializing these things and doing the different overlays, one will get a better idea of how the integration between them could and should happen. What could also help and greatly enhance are that the layers that build up the pronouncements and the recommendations that are made within each of their 6 goals. If that would in some way could be spatialized, it would also help. I think there may be some contradictions in that, in the recommendations. If one look at some recommendations, look at low density greenfield development or even medium density greenfield developments. But another objective on the movement side is that to reduce the need for cars and to make more use of non-motorized transportation and the link to transportation. And those may be contradicting, especially where these low density areas would be more greenfield development and on the edge of the city. That would necessitate more private car use for people to get to the services within the more urban areas of the city as well. So I think those contradictions of policy could be explained or could be better configured, maybe where one have a sort of central overall strategy that explains how these things fit together. So on the heritage preservation, maybe just to illustrate the point, Delhi has got this incredibly rich heritage and culture, but I can't see where exactly these heritage areas and points are within the map, and to see how it links to the economy that we're talking about. And there is a definite tangible link that's explained in the narrative, but it's not visible and clear in space as well. How does it link to the movement system? How does it become a structuring element in the functioning of the total urban system and link again to the public space and the economic space? And how does it form part of a network associated with the other opportunities within the city? So although it is there as a tangible issue that needs to be dealt with, how exactly one could deal with it in this more systematic way is not evident. And the same applies to the blue and green network. It doesn't really demonstrate what that network looks like currently. Where are the compromises of that network that could be enhanced so that network could work better? And how does it interface with the other city systems and enhance that as well? Something like a public space system, for instance. There's a lot being said about the provision of public space, but how does that work as a system across the city and at a strategic level? And where do one need to really intervene to make that system better? Are the questions that I'm asking that weren't that evident from me, and maybe it's also the madness of trying to read through the almost 500-page document in one go, and then getting lost with some of the detail that are there. The regional interface people have spoken about, so I'm not going to reiterate that. But the key question that sort of remains in my mind after going through the document is, what are the main transformations that will achieve sustainability and resilience? And I don't find that coherent reflection of a strategy that people can identify with, and where certain development models have been applied. And the last point I want to make on that is really about between all the technical aspects that are being addressed in the document, there's the risk of sort of losing the human element in that. And a sort of narrative that explains how will the future city work for its citizens? How will people function? How will people be better integrated and a higher level of equity being and accessibility will be forthcoming for its citizens. That kind of description of how this future city will work for citizens, I think, could also enhance the really good recommendations that are already in the document. Last point I want to raise is that many other speakers also raised is about implementation. Ultimately, any plan is only worth as much as it could be implemented. Otherwise, it remains an intent. And I think the institutional alignment of these strategic outcomes with all the agencies and role players that are involved in building the city is going to be challenging and is not clearly defined in the document itself. It really requires, this is more like a policy document, and policy documents require really in-depth understanding of these issues and pulling all the different issues together to be able to have clarity of what it is that needs to be done. So my suggestion would be, it may be worth simplifying and providing a high-level summary of the strategy of what it is that we're trying to achieve and how that translate into space and what the key elements would be for achieving that. I think it sort of is in the document, but it's also not that clear for an outsider like myself. And ultimately, in my experience, implementation of plans are closely related to the level of understanding and clarity at the strategic level. Another question that comes up in my mind that is not clear is what is the focus for investment? And I think maybe some of the failures of previous plan implementations, and it's not only related to Delhi or the India context, is to say we understand that there's not enough resources to implement the plan or to implement fully everywhere the intent of the plan. So my question is, where's the focus areas for investment? Where's the areas that require the priority for investment? And it would be those areas where that could maximize the transformation of the city to become more sustainable and more resilient, and that deals with some of the very key issues that's been identified in a significant way. So it's just that next step of saying, in this strategic plan, where would we focus as a city for investment and implementation? And the last question that goes with that really is how the plan demonstrates that by following the plan, the outcomes would be achieved. I think that link is still a very tenuous one that isn't clearly demonstrated within the plan. And I think it's a key question that we need to ask ourselves looking at after the planning exercise, is this question of saying, well, how does the plan ultimately demonstrate that we will be in a better position, more resilient, more sustainable, with more equity and accessibility for the citizens through this implementation process. So once again, thank you very much. It's been a really enlightening exercise to be part of this process. I acknowledge the work and the advanced work that has been done by the team, and in this very complex environment, you've been able to cover everything, like a previous speaker said, everything's been covered. And that is also part of why I think it's difficult to then elicit from that very wide and in-depth covering of all the aspects into the issues to say, okay, but here's the things that we can concentrate on and that we actually can make work. And if we can get that to work, then the rest of the urban system would also be able to work. I thank you very much for the time and to be part of the process.
Thank you, Harman. Thank you very much for your detailed comments and very, very important perspective about how these issues are reflected spatially. Unfortunately, we have just eaten and got into the middle of the late lunch time in India because you raised a lot of queries and very important questions. So I'll pick up two questions, but just one from Nimisha saying more than 50% of the Delhi city population lives in unauthorized colonies. So how does MP 2041 plans to improve housing stock and amenities for the existing and new Delhites? And the second question is from Professor Poonam Prakash. She is asking, are you seeing this as a policy document or a plan? Many speakers, including NIUA, is referring it as a policy document. I think there is a difference between policy and plan. Two very interesting questions, but I am not opening up for reflection now because we know all of us are late for lunch. But let us all come back, have a quick lunch and come back at 3 o'clock. And during the panel 3 session, after the panel 3, we'll combine some of these important aspects to for our deliberations. So I would like to thank all the panel speakers, Professor Menon, Professor Kapadia, Professor Jakhanwala, and Mr. Harman. Thank you very much for all the points and your reflections. Unfortunately, we are unable to discuss some of these points now, but definitely after the panel 3 gets over, we'll try to pick up a few points for further deliberation. So thank you once again. Have a good lunch, and looking forward to see some of you back at 3 o'clock for the further deliberation. Thank you. Professor Kapadia, your microphone is switched off, so we can't hear you. Okay. We'll all reassemble at 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. for the next panel.
कमेंट्स से चालू हुए थे तभी।
अभी इसमें कर लेंगे,
कोई बात नहीं, ओवरऑल ठीक चल रहा है।
अच्छा कमेंट्स, काफी अच्छा कमेंट्स आया, मतलब मिला।
हरमन का ऑडियो थोड़ी कम थी।
या मैंने अभी लंच में आपका मैसेज देखा एक्चुअली, फिर मैंने तब तो खत्म हो गया था उनका।
कमेंट्स जो ऑडियंस के हैं वो एक्सपर्ट लेवल के ही हैं सारे।
बहुत अच्छा काम, मतलब पार्टिसिपेंट्स का तो आई वाज जस्ट रीडिंग थ्रू सम ऑफ द कमेंट्स। आई थिंक we have to record them and as a part of proceeding some of this must be put together.
वो मुझे ऐसे लग रहा था जैसे कपास कपाड़िया जी के पढ़ा रखे हूँ सारे।
अरे वाह, कपाड़िया साहब ने तो आई थिंक ही हैज taught most of the planners in Delhi.
यस। आज खुश नजर आ रहे हैं आज कपाड़िया साहब तो।
अरे नहीं तो आधे तो हैं पड़े हुए।
हाँ, लग ही रहा था।
मैं ये कह रहा हूँ सर कि आधे नहीं है, लेकिन पूरे ना सही, लेकिन आधे लोग तो मेरे पढ़ाई है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल।
आधा भी तो भरा होता है, आधा खाली थोड़ा होता है।
आधा भरा, सही बात।
नमस्ते सर, श्रीनी दिस साइड।
नमस्कार नमस्कार।
अरे श्रीनिवास फेस तो दिखाओ।
श्रीनिवास जी सैन फ्रांसिस्को के ब्रिज के सामने बैठे होते हैं।
नहीं, वो बैकग्राउंड में थोड़ा चेंज कर दिया ना, वो यू हैव टू गो। सर अपने घर में ही हूँ।
ग्रेटर नोएडा पहुंच गए।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, ग्रेटर नोएडा सर।
प्रोफेसर कपाड़िया सर नमस्कार।
नमस्कार महावीर, हाउ आर यू? क्या हाल है भाई? पायलट साहब तुम्हारी फ्लाइट तैयार हो जाने की।
पायलट आपका कॉन्फ्रेंस यू नो।
सर पिछले 1.5 साल से पायलट का रोल अदा कर रहे हैं।
मैं यही कह रहा हूँ कि अब तो सारे ही पायलट बने हुए हैं।
हाँ, अब तो बहुत ट्रेनिंग हो गई। 2-4 हवाई जहाज खरीद के दे दो, आपके पास एक्स्ट्रा पड़े होंगे।
हाँ हाँ सही।
आपकी बगल में यार्ड है वो?
हाँ, नहीं मेरे पास बहुत जगह है, पार्किंग की चिंता नहीं है मुझे।
शाश्वत थोड़ा सा टाइम इक्वी डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दो।
हाँ नहीं, एक्चुअली क्या है कि जो जो बोल रहे हैं ना, तो उनको the points are so good, so I was hesitant to stop them, so as a result थोड़ा डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो गया।
आई अंडरस्टैंड, लेकिन एक थोड़ी सी घंटी बजाने में कोई हर्ज नहीं है। यू आर ऑनेस्टली डूइंग योर जॉब।
True.
I know it's a very unpleasant job. I have done that several times, and you have to be ruthless. But
Right.
It divides the time uniformly.
Absolutely, yes.
सर आप इनका नाम शाश्वत है।
असली
कैन अब्सॉर्ब यू नो।
असली सस्टेनेबल तो यही है। शाश्वत का मीनिंग ही है सस्टेनेबल, है ना?
नहीं, बट फ्रैंकली अब जो पैनल में जो डिस्कशन द पॉइंट्स जो उभर के आ रहा है, इट वाज सो इंटरेस्टिंग।
इट इज अ ग्रेट लर्निंग।
एंड ऐसा है,
ये हमने बहुत सारे लोगों को पैक किया हुआ है थोड़े टाइम में। ऐसी डिबेट तो amongst about 8 or 7 or 8 people, it should last the whole day, तब तो जाके उसमें से मजा आता है।
बिल्कुल।
नहीं, सबसे अच्छी बात ये है इस पैनल में कि सिंह साहब हमारे SK सिंह साहब, वो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हाउसिंग एंड अर्बन डेवलपमेंट में रहे हैं और लगभग 15 से 20 साल उनका अर्बन डेवलपमेंट का एक्सपीरियंस है, फ्रॉम लोकल लेवल राइट अप टू नेशनल लेवल। तो हाउसिंग भी जो फर्स्ट हैबिटेट पॉलिसी बनी थी 2005-07 में, वो भी इन्हीं की देन थी मिनिस्ट्री में। तो दैट वे एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव एंगल भी हमारे पास आ गया।
नहीं, आपने बहुत अच्छा बैलेंस किया हुआ है। तो प्लानर्स हैं, प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, लॉ वाले को भी आपने रखा है।
एक्सपर्ट अच्छे हैं जी जो जुड़ जाते हैं। हम तो क्या को मना करते तो क्या कर लोगे?
अबे जोड़ने का फेविकॉल तो आप ही हो ना।
रिसीवर इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट।
चलिए मेरे ख्याल शुरू करें शाश्वत जी।
जी।
हाँ।
I think we can start now.
Yes.
Good afternoon, friends, and welcome back after a quick lunch. I'm sure the break was useful to re-energize all of us. Since morning, we have had some terrific, very interesting sessions. Just a quick recap of the presentation done by NIUA team, giving us a kind of an overview of the master plan proposals which they have conceptualized. Followed by, we had a very interesting legal perspective from Justice S.D. Anand, and which is, I think, is very important for urban planners to actually focus on the legal aspects of the planning. And the first panel, the discussion that we had about the urban growth management and challenges, where we saw some very important perspectives came out of those panel discussions, such as the aspects of evidence-based planning or supporting evidences to support some of the planning analysis, the aspects of spatial planning hierarchy, also the aspects of housing and slum upgradation, and the aspects of livability from the industrial ecology and industrial symbiotic perspective. So that was our panel 1, which gave some very useful pointers which can be constructively built in to the draft master planning document that we are discussing. The second panel again had raised some very useful questions about the implication of these master planning proposals at the ground zero level, because the plan is seen as more as a kind of a top down, some of the policy aspects of it, and how those very well intended proposals get grounded at the grassroots level is the challenge, and those challenges are very well highlighted by Professor A.G.K. Menon and further elaborated by Professor Kapadia about particularly some of these blue-green aspects of the proposal, and some of these very nice ideas which have been part of the Delhi Master Plan. The questions the panelists highlighted, the process of implementation and how this can be strengthened further, and also the point which Professor Jakhanwal mentioned about the aspect of mission. You have vision, goal, and objective, the angle of mission, and how this can be, from a kind of a logical framework, it can be aligned. And we also had very interesting international perspective from a colleague from UN Habitat, highlighting the aspects of linking urban development plan proposal in terms of localizing sustainable development goals, new urban agenda, and more importantly, the principles or direction from UN Habitat related to post-pandemic cities. And some of this aspect, which is their very interesting report, which has come up very recently on pandemic and cities and towards green and inclusive future. So that kind of an aspect which has been brought in. Although we had very little time to really discuss because of some of the speakers were so engaging, I was a little hesitant to really intervene to stop them, but nonetheless we got some of the key messages which are very, very useful for forwarding to the Delhi Development Authority or NIUA team for their consideration. So as a post-lunch session, now I would like to invite the panelists for our final panel, which is looking at the aspects of mobility, the transportation and regional linkages. And to take this discussion forward, I would like to invite Professor A.K. Maitra. As you know, Professor Maitra was a former director of School of Planning Architecture, Delhi. I think everybody in the hall would know him. And then Professor Geetam Tewari. Professor Geetam Tewari is a professor of transport planning at IIT Delhi. Welcome, Professor Geetam. Mr. Yash Sachdeva, former Deputy General Manager with the RITES. So welcome Mr. Sachdeva on the panel. And Professor Manjit Singh, former head of the Department of GNDU, Amritsar. So welcome sir on the panel. So I invite all 4 of you for this panel. And as per our rule of the game is that I would request each one of you to take about 7 to 8 minutes so that to share your first level reflection, and then we have some time to to have a kind of a more open discussion around this. So I first invite Professor Maitra to share your thoughts. Over to you, Professor Maitra. I don't see Professor Moitra is here. So I would request Professor Geetam if you could take lead in sharing your thoughts.
Yes, are you asking me to start?
Yeah, I think that would be
all right.
Good. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Professor Bandyopadhyay. And also I'd like to thank ISPER for organizing this session. Since morning, it's been a very engaging and useful session. Very interesting thoughts have come out. So let me just highlight a few things that I thought would be important from transport and mobility perspective. So first, my first point is that we know that master plan is supposed to be a vision document. This we have known for a long time, and I think this has been raised by other speakers also. But, this is, we saw the first master plan in 61, and since then we've had other master plans. So in 2041 master plan, what is different that we are expecting or that we should be seeing? I had difficulty finding out that. I can say that, of course, there are differences. Some of it was explained in the beginning, but the basic format remains the same, and this has been pointed out by other people also. Now, in 2041, we are dealing with new challenges, which we did not know in 61, or for that matter, even in 81 and 2001. We are looking at air quality challenges, both local and global. Safety, traffic, transport, safety has come out to be a big challenge in most Indian cities. There are a lot of adverse health impacts of transport and mobility, including, at least in higher income and middle income people, lack of active transport leading to all kinds of problems of health in children and adults both. So I would have liked to see in the current master plan how these challenges are being addressed. I can't say that none of it has been mentioned. Many things have been mentioned, but I will take up just 2 or 3 in a little bit more detail to explain that, what is still lacking. So first, several times this has been mentioned that the aspiration is to have 80-20 modal share between public transport and private motorized modes. This is a very nice aspiration to have. The point is that we've had this aspiration since not the first, but since 81 master plan. If you look up, we keep saying that. So I will just come to the issues that, what is our learning? Why are we not achieving this? In the new one, for mixed land use, also we've heard repeatedly from other master plans. The current one is little stronger on transit-oriented development, but I'm not sure if we've been able to contextualize it completely for our situation. Establishment of AMTA also in terms of institutionalizing many things, we've been hearing this for earlier master plans also. So I was, it would have been nice to see in the current exercise, so what is different that actually we will have a reasonable AMTA, functioning AMTA. And similar things I would like to say about pedestrian and bicycle network also. Since 81, there has been a lot of emphasis and paragraphs written about, in fact, large sections written about pedestrian and bicycle network. But where are we now? The 2 other things which come out quite nicely in the current master plan, for which I would like to congratulate. I think these 2, I find little bit more details in the current one, which we could expand a little bit more, but these are useful things which have been included, which is discussion of freight network. Freight never got a lot of importance earlier. All the discussion always usually used to be focused around passenger, but now, it's been understood that freight is equally important as passenger. Wherever people live, you would need both passenger and freight networks. So that discussion is useful. And similarly about electric vehicle policies and discussion about electrification of transport is also a new aspect. It could be expanded a bit more, but I think this is something nice that has been included in the current one. Okay, now I would just take a few minutes to expand on 3 points only. Public transport versus private modes, where the aspiration has been 80-20 share for the last 4 decades. But what are the trends? And these trends are mentioned in the current document also. Bus share has been consistently reducing. Metro share has increased, but the increase is purely because of the network expansion. And it is still much less than bus, which has completely been ignored in the last few years. So my question is, what are the lessons we have learned? Because this 80-20 discussion has been there since 1981. Where are we in terms of understanding access to public transport? There is a lot of discussion about access in the current master plan, which is good. But I did not see enough discussion about affordability. In fact, I was very intrigued that the current document starts with that Delhi has a good public transport. I am very happy to learn that it's a good public transport, but it would be nice to qualify in what terms. If metro system we have about 400 kilometers now, is it affordable? Your document is, the current document shows that it's only less than 16% people trips are on metro. So what are our strategies to actually convert it into a good transport? There is no discussion about, we keep talking a lot about integration, but what are specific strategies to achieve this integration? So all the discussion that I read about buses and about integration of metro systems remains as very nice aspirational strategies. How do we implement it? Since these aspirations have been there earlier also and we have not been able to achieve it, so what are our learnings and our strategies based on those learnings? Why we were not able to do it? I did not see that in the current document. So we have seen that metro continues to expand, which is okay if that is what the planners have understood. But to make it feasible, now we have seen changes in land use patterns, lot of dependence on land monetization. In fact, the whole TOD policy is to support the expansion of metro system and ensure revenue generation. So there is a discussion that, we would like to have short trips, because TOD will result in short trips and increase in share of public transport. I am not really sure about on what understanding these statements have come out. Because if you analyze the current trip lengths of Delhi, which has come out in census and subsequently in other surveys, already more than 75% trips are short trips in Delhi. And for short trips, we do not need high capacity systems like metro. At best, metro is absolutely a very nice, very efficient system for long trips, which remain only a small percentage of the total trips in Delhi. So if we are aspiring to have 80-20 share, unless we make bus systems the backbone of public transport, complemented by metro system, we are not going to achieve this. But there is no discussion of this. What the role of buses has been envisaged in the current master plan, mostly in terms of feeder system, and saying, well, there is acknowledgement that buses have a very extensive outreach, and therefore we should make use of it to reach out to places where we do not have enough public transport. This kind of system alone is completely inadequate to make bus as the backbone of, in fact, I should say road-based public transport as the backbone of public transport system. I think I still get a feeling in this current master plan also that buses and metro have been envisaged more or less as competing systems. Otherwise, there will not be a discussion about mostly that bus routes have to become feeder routes. They become automatically feeder routes. If the two systems are integrated very nicely, one does not have to make special feeder systems for it. So this aspect I have not seen. Perhaps it's in volume 2 in the details. I would like to see that. But let's see if in discussion something more come out of it. Three important aspects for which, at least in the current draft which has been shared with us, I have not seen any discussion at all. What are the specific strategies that we want to use to make the system attractive for elderly, specifically for women, for students, and for non-work travel? If we do not address these needs, this is not going to be inclusive system at all. And I was really disappointed to read this one sentence that buses will have special services to make it, to make it inclusive, to have it for people with disabilities. Now, this special service concept has completely been done away in most countries, because all complete public transport system has to address the universal accessibility concept. It is not about special services. And that is where we come to the system then. If we want to make it universal access, it is not about just creating routes, it is about getting the right kind of buses. It's about giving priority to public transport on the roads and addressing all the access needs. So access part I see separately discussed in pedestrian and bicycles. But to make public transport universal access, I have not seen what is the vision and what are these strategies to address these concerns. A quick discussion on TOD. So what we have learned from the world is that, in fact, transit-oriented development concept is applicable to both road-based and rail-based systems. If we can make high-performance road-based system, it is equally applicable there. And it's very interesting that road-based systems become more corridor developments as opposed to nodal development, what we see in rail-based system. TOD doesn't really, I don't know if the concept, if the understanding is that this is going to generate a lot of short trips and attract more trips to metro. At least, again, we have not seen that happen in Delhi so far. And maybe it would have been nice to do a quick, some case studies. Kidwai Nagar development is already there, where 2 major metro stations are there. How many of the people living there are really using metro system there, when we have created huge amount of underground parking there? So there are a lot of these conflicting kinds of strategies have developed, have emerged at the same time. This is not addressing the real, the theory or the concept behind TOD. Mixed use in our context is not just about mixed land use patterns. I think very carefully we have to understand it's the mixing of incomes, and it's not about formal incomes. All these studies that you find in Delhi, people living in informal settlements and unauthorized colonies, often their destinations are formal residential areas. So in at least after 4 decades of seeing this happen, I would have liked to see some different strategies addressed or vision for integration of lowest informal incomes to with high income people in land use patterns. And it's very, very clearly addressing the mobility needs also. Again, earlier speakers also mentioned about very compartmentalized discussion. But remember, the transport is all about livelihood, access to work, and moving mobility, all very strongly interlinked. Last point about pedestrian and walking. Again, this has been repeated in the last 4 decades. Every single master plan that we see, it keeps talking about how we want to make the city pedestrian and bicycle network. And what is the trend that we have observed? Sharp decline in bicycle trips, increase in pedestrian fatalities. So I would have liked to see a discussion about some introspection strategies based on introspection. If we keep saying that we are doing this, why is it these trips are decreasing? And why is it that the pedestrian fatalities keep increasing? So I find there's a whole separate chapter, a section on pedestrian and walking, but the discussion again gets limited to seeing it as an access to public transport and then creating pedestrian only zones. No, this is not about that. In fact, UTPEG detailed guidelines already exist. And I did not see any discussion of how the UTPEG guidelines can be actually implemented, because in last 15 years, they have not been implemented. And Delhi administration and DDA both, despite having these guidelines, keep ignoring them. So way forward for these two aspects, pedestrian and walking, which we have seen in since all master plans, would have been the discussion of development of networks instead of isolated developments, and annual or 5-yearly targets, and mandatory minimum space requirements for pedestrian and bicycles. That is what is mentioned in UTPEG guidelines. So at least in the current draft document, I did not see. Maybe it is there, and it would be nice to unpack that and see whether it's implementable and how we can make it implementable. And I think way forward, one of the important way forward is to make a mandatory implementation of UTPEG guidelines. That would be a very useful way forward to addressing a lot of mobility issues. And lastly, I think we have to maybe explicitly, the document could address how are we aligning our mobility priorities with SDG goals. At least 9 out of 17 goals are directly or indirectly related to sustainable development goals about mobility. And how can we make use of the targets which have been set in SDG to guide our strategies and principles, and how it is going to be monitored. I think this would have been a good opportunity actually to translate it into strategies in the master plan document, and how to maintain the continuity and long-term application of SDG aligned activities. And I'm obviously referring to specifically to mobility issues. So I can stop here. And I think 2-3 main things, if I have to conclude, I would say, like earlier speakers, if we start from local area development, instead of, seeing it as an enormous task, it becomes a very manageable task. So that is definitely required. And again, to reiterate that unless we understand the role of road-based and rail-based system clearly, it is very difficult to achieve 80-20 modal share that we have set out as aspiration goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kitan, for very clearly articulating the transport and mobility sector related aspects covered in the master plan document, and also emphasizing on more evidence related or background studies related to some of the aspirational point that has been indicated in the document. And that has been, I think, through and through, which I've been hearing since morning about a lot of mentions about blue, green and low carbon mobility, etc. But there is no enough evidence presented or at least available in the public domain. And lastly, about the point which is very similar to what Professor Menon mentioned in the second panel about looking at and strengthening the local area planning approach. And probably this is more manageable in this aspect. I'll come back to you as after the next speaker, we'll have a little bit of more open discussion around that. Thank you again. And now I will request Mr. Yash Sachdeva. Mr. Sachdeva is an advisor planning and mobility to Gurugram Metropolitan Development Authority, and he was a former general manager with RIDES. So over to you, Mr. Sachdeva. Welcome. I think your microphone is muted, Mr. Sachdeva.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I hope you are able to hear me now. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Shashwat, and thank you to ISPER for inviting me to this event. Actually, I would like to make a presentation here, so I will go on the presentation. Just wait for that.
Yeah, it is visible. You can go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I hope we are able to see it.
Yeah, we are able to see it.
Great. I'll just mention some key features of the this master plan for mobility issues. Now it gives this actually 7 points, 7 key features of this mobility planning. The first is the unified institutional framework for mobility management, transit-oriented development aligned with mass transit, identification of strategic mobility corridors, focus on improving walking and cycling, encouraging mainstreaming electric vehicles and other green mobility options, variable parking norms linked to availability of mass transport, and then multimodal integration and facilitation of first mile connectivity and last mile connectivity. In fact, there are 4 chapters pertaining to transport and mobility. The first one is on improving connectivity and transport infrastructure. I'll just mention the major points here. Actually, I'll quickly go through, and then we'll come that what are my observations on the master plan. The first point is improving regional connectivity, rail, air, mass, rapid transit, and ISPTs, institutional framework for integrated mobility management, comprehensive mobility plan preparation, strategic transport corridors, then improving connectivity and enhancement of city level public transport systems. It talks of phase 4 and phase 5, but who knows, there may be phase 6, phase 7 actually. And then regeneration of transport infrastructure regarding ring rail, freight logistics and distribution network, and then electric mobility and intelligent transport systems for smart transportation. The next chapter is on shifting to shared mobility. Here the main objective is moving more people from private to shared modes. It contains synergy between land use and transport, improving public transport and shared modes, integrated multimodal transport systems, disincentivizing private transport, making Delhi walkable and cyclable. Idea about active travel share to be, which will include walking and cycling, and it gives state design for promoting active travel. It also mentions active travel areas and walk plans, city level active travel networks, other strategies for promoting active travel, and employing technology for active travel. And the last chapter on mobility is on managing parking in Delhi. It gives guidelines for a citywide parking strategy, parking management area plans, management of public parking, provision of on-street parking in residential areas, provision of off-street parking. And then management of private parking, regulating parking for other modes, parking in the walled city, smart parking space management. Now, in addition to these 4 chapters, there is one section, Annexure 7 on street design regulation. So it contains these kind of steps actually to promote preferable public transport use, safety of all road users by design, for pedestrian safety, comfort and convenience on all streets, for climatic comfort of all users, to ensure universal accessibility and amenity for all street users, to reduce urban heat island effect and aid natural storm water management, intermediate public transport, and it also gives a definition of mass rapid transit system as a street design guideline. Now, This overall document actually is a quite well drafted document. It's quite a comprehensive document which covers a gamut of issues. It is easily readable and makes forceful arguments on some issues. However, actually there are some my observations and some improvement can be done. But however, I find that annexes which are given are really cluttered. Actually, I could make much out of that actually. Even sometimes I find that some of the points mentioned in annexes are going against the spirit of the main document. Another thing is that indexing contents is not given by various chapters. Actually, I wish that could have been given. Otherwise, we are all the time, searching the various chapters and various sections. Now, I will now come to some specific points actually. The first master plan was from up to 1981 actually. The population was 2.6 million in 1961, and the master plan suggested a population of 4.6 million by 1981 actually. But when the actual census took place, the population actually in 81 was 6.2. So the actual population growth, size of actual population growth was 3.6 million actually during 61 to 81 actually. Now come to the next master plan. Next master plan suggested a population of 12.8 million by 2001, and NCR suggested 11.2, but the actual population was 13.85 million actually. So it was much above even the DDA master plan's own estimates, much more than the NCR estimates. And about 7.6 million people were added actually during that period. Now the third master plan envisaged a population of 23 million and 22 million as per NCR plan. But we don't know that because census has not been done for 2021, but master plan estimates a population of 20.6 million actually. Now, if you go by that, actually, the increase in the last 20 years was 6.75. Actually, it is less than what it was in the previous master plan. Now, the point here is that in the next master plan, this master plan suggests a population in population of 29 million by 2041 actually, which is an increase of 8.6 million now. Actually, now previously we see that if there is a downward trend actually, if the population in Delhi is not growing as compared to other towns in NCR, it should have been brought down further actually. Maybe instead of 6.7, it could have been 5.5. But the plan suggests 8.6 actually. So I think this is one point perhaps the master plan will look into. Because this additional population will have its on mobility implications. The forecast population, as I said, Delhi is 29 million by 2041. Now, if look at the central NCR towns, actually, like Gurgaon, Faridabad, Ghaziabad, etc., and they have their own master plans. Now, like for Gurgaon, expects a population of 5.5 million by 2041, and similarly, Faridabad also expects the same population. I guess there will be more than 20 million people will be living in central NCR towns by 2041. And then another NCR towns, more than 10 million. Now, we can see actually the problem is not of Delhi actually. Actually, another Delhi is sitting at the door of Delhi actually. Almost same population. 30 million in Delhi and 30 million outside actually. And Delhi and central NCR towns are practically actually one urban area. Actually, a lot of speakers have mentioned about this aspect. In fact, unless you integrate transport systems of these towns with Delhi, it is not going to help it. Now, we have observed very strong traffic interaction between Delhi and central NCR towns actually. Actually, it is likely to explode because huge population is expected in future. So that will explode in future actually. I'll just show some of the figures for Gurgaon actually. Now you see in 2019 survey was done, and it was found that more than 9 lakh vehicles enter or exit outer cordons of Gurugram actually. And there are 10 such locations actually. Now, if you see out of these 10 locations, 3 locations are with Delhi actually. And traffic, the entering or exiting Delhi-Gurgaon border is about 60% of the total traffic coming from various directions actually. Just from out of 10 locations, 3 locations account for 60% of the traffic. Now, this is about the vehicles. Now we come to the person trips actually. See, in Gurgaon, 57% of the trips are within internal to internal, but that means the 43% of the traffic is coming from outside actually. And out of that, actually, a major share is with Delhi actually. Between Delhi and Gurgaon, about 11 lakh people actually cross Delhi-Gurgaon border every day actually. And actually, which is almost 70% of the total traffic in person trips coming from all directions actually. So that is, similar conditions are going to be there in other central NCR towns, like how you are going to handle that traffic. And I feel that master plan does not adequately consider those traffic projections actually. So I think it will need to provide more, stronger linkages with these towns actually. And of course, there will be need to integrate central NCR transport systems with Delhi transport system. Now there are a lot of RRTS corridors have been recommended actually. One is under construction and linked to Gurgaon, Alwar is going to start shortly. And there is another one, Panipat, Delhi Panipat. And in addition, in phase 2, there are many other corridors to Palwal and to Hapur, Khurja, like that actually. But I still feel, considering the demand which may come actually from these towns actually, the regional linkages are not adequately covered in this master plan actually. In terms of both mass transit and road network. And there is a mention of ring rail, but there are no proposals of using existing railway radial corridor actually. See, ring rail in itself alone actually doesn't make any sense actually. It does not serve any purpose actually. It is supposed to carry traffic from various radials actually. So unless we have a ring-cum radial railway system, ring rail will not really serve the purpose actually. And the other issues of integration of all these modes, RRTS and metro, this ring rail and radial link with the city system. Even now, if you look at the alignment of RRTS, RRTS has not been integrated with ring rail actually. It is just simply crossing over. In fact, in some of the metro corridors itself, actually, there are no integration between the two lines, although they are crossing each other. And similarly, ring rail is not integrated with the metro system of Delhi. Actually. So integration is going to be the major challenge in Delhi.
Mr. Sastry, I request you to conclude, and then we can have a discussion.
Yeah. Just a minute. I'll just take 3 minutes. Actually, this chart is given in the master plan. Now, interesting thing to look here is that it does not mention bicycle share. Actually. It does not mention walk share. So actually, that shows the mentality actually. It means you may talk about active travel and all those things, but ultimately, this is what you are going to get actually. Similarly, this bus share, we see that it has reduced from 48% to 23% in last 10 years actually. But we all know that intercity bus transport is a most significant part of public transport. But however, master plan does not mention increasing the fleet size. In fact, if I remember correctly, more than 20 years ago, before the advent of metro, there used to be almost 9,000-10,000 buses in the city. And now after 10 years, we have only 5,000 buses. Actually. This is actually the biggest tragedy for Delhi. Actually. To my estimate, actually 18,000 buses will be required by 2041 if you have to achieve higher share of models in favor of public transport. And the master plan does not give any proposals for intra-city bus terminals or even bus depots. Now, master plan does not give target modal share for different modes up to 2041, although Professor Geetam Tiwari mentioned, it is 80-20 between public and private. But if you look at the master plan, it gives that 80-20 share between public transport and shared modes, not about the private mode actually. And actually, I would really like that if some kind of target can be set in the master plan for walkways, bicycles, non-motorized modes, mass transit modes, personalized modes actually. Otherwise, if there is no target, I don't know how does it help actually. Otherwise, you have nothing to achieve. The parking issue, a lot of measures have been recommended to reduce parking. But however, I find that if you look at the development control regulations, actually very relaxed norms for parking has been given actually. So, I mean, it is against the spirit of the main document, which gives a lot of emphasis on public transport and active travel actually. And even the park and ride scheme is not mentioned in the document. And about this bike share, public bike share schemes, there is no mention of that also in the main document.
Mr. Sachdeva, since we are planning to have an open discussion, to all the specifics, since you have already mentioned, so I think we can document it and send it to NIUA. So if you can.
Yeah. Just a minute. I'll just take 1 or 2 minutes. I mean, the master plan gives some kind of road hierarchy. I'm surprised that sub-arterial hierarchy is missing actually. They should have straight away taken IRC norms. But regarding Annexure 7 street design regulations, although good points have been made actually, but I find that some of the points are policy issues and they should have been actually in the main document instead of Annexure. And some points are mentioned repeatedly. There are editing mistakes, and it says that MRTS is a system with the capacity to carry 10,000 bhp actually, but in the main document it gives a figure of 5,000 actually. And then IRC codes actually and UTPAC design guidelines are already there actually. I think they should have used those actually. And in fact, later on, UMTA will need to evolve design manuals for pedestrians, non-motorized vehicles, and road networks, etc. Now, basically, transportation is basically a network problem. So, city-wide seamless transportation network will need to be created actually. I mean, I should be able to go from any part of the city to any part of the city using these networks. I will be happy to travel 15 kilometers by bicycle, but provided a seamless network is available actually. So that will be the key to this whole exercise. Now, the biggest problem I find in this thing is that institutional framework for integrated mobility management, and which suggests unified metropolitan transport authority (UMTA). But it is just a single small paragraph there actually. But as we know, a lot of things have been recommended for transportation and mobility. It is a very, very big task actually. I really don't know how that will be done actually. I mean, this UMTA has been mentioned since last 40 years actually, but nothing has happened actually. And particularly in Delhi, where there are two governments working, Delhi government and central government, I don't know really how this integration can take place actually. There are many agencies and they live in their own world actually. So achieving transport integration is going to be the biggest hurdle. And the document does not give any detail of UMTA, I mean, its structure or power and when it will be done actually. And it does not mention about giving adequate powers to UMTA actually. In fact, I would say that UMTA should give, I mean, the approval of UMTA should be mandatory for all transport projects, I mean, irrespective of whosoever implements the project actually, including roads and mass transit and bicycle and everything. And the financial powers may be wasted in UMTA. That means the budget should be allocated by UMTA instead that state budget is given to implementing agencies. Actually. And of course, a need for very strong multidisciplinary technical team in UMTA. And one big problem I find is that the various implementing agencies, they don't have the capability to even they don't know what is transportation actually. I mean, the road engineer is a road engineer actually. It does not have a feeling for transportation actually. So actually a big sensitization and capacity building programs for various implementing agencies like PWD and DDC and municipal corporation. There's so many agencies there will need to be done actually. Now master plan, this talks of preparation of comprehensive mobility plan. Actually it is a much delayed exercise. A lot of cities in India have done it, but Delhi has not done it. It's very, very surprising. But anyway, I expect that a good quality implementable CMP will be prepared for Delhi as at the earliest. Now, whenever I think of planning, actually, I think of this song. Actually, planning का कोई अंत नहीं है. Actually, it is a continuous process. But actually, unfortunately, I don't see any reference to that in the document. There will be actually different future transport technologies in futures like magnetic levitation and hyperloop and air taxis. But master plan does not mention that actually. So in fact, there will be a need to update master plan for time to time. So, but master plan to my mind does not mention any midterm appraisal. So perhaps I think it need to incorporate that into consideration. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sachdeva, for very comprehensive presentation and also your very comprehensive review of the master planning transport segments. Particularly, I'm sure your views and observation would be put forth to the plan preparation team. I learned that Professor Manjit Singh is not well today. So what we would like to do is that we have to take a quick discussion that we missed in the last panel. In the interest of time, I would like to invite some of the participants and some of the panelists to share their views, but I would again request all of you to be very direct and very short in your reflection so that we can capture more discussion and point of view. So I'd like to first invite Professor Poonam Prakash. She made a very interesting observation before lunch about the policy and planning aspect, the document, what are you preparing. So may I request Poonam to come over and share your thoughts quickly?
Okay. Good afternoon, Shashwat. I've just already said that in the chat box because I think there seems to be some confusion about this, whether master plan is a policy document or a plan. In my understanding, it is supposed to integrate state level policies into a coherent plan of action. But if it is a policy document, then I think we need to really understand what the speakers mean by that. I just want this to be clarified because my understanding is a little different about it.
Okay, thank you. Now I request Jasmine, you made a very interesting point about transport and environment. Jasmine, would you like to explain this?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, Jasmine, you are audible.
Yeah. Just give me a second, Yeah. So I was talking of, like the cycle paths and all. What I read in the document, it talks about making a cycling super highway for cycle enthusiasts. I don't think that is the strategy. You should be targeting the general population, not like some elite class who would cycle, once a month. And the other thing it mentions is making some cycle tracks along the TOD, but that doesn't help doing a kilometer of cycle track. You need a cycling network. Even when you look at the cities in Holland or even Paris today, you need to have a substantial network. Otherwise, a half a kilometer, 1 kilometer stretch, nobody is going to use it actually. And then it bounces back. Okay, you made this track and nobody used it. So that is what is happening in most cities in India. Like the way we look at a road network, cycle networks need to be developed, at least covering some portion, covering the workplace to the house or the MMTS, the metro station to the residential area, just having tracks randomly will just not help. And about the environment, yes, when you look at Delhi, the statistics tell us that 1 tree is being cut every hour in Delhi. So I don't know how that is addressed in the master plan. Has there been any analysis how the canopy cover has changed and whether cutting trees and doing some afforestation, is it the right strategy by, I don't know, when you talk of greenhouse emissions, global warming, you look at the cities today, Canada is burning, people are dying. What will happen in Delhi if the temperature reaches that level. So I think climate change has to be addressed. It can be addressed much better.
Thank you, Jasmeet. Thank you. Very, very important points you raised. I would now request some of our panelists whom we could not go back pre-lunch session and obtain their second round of comments. I would request Professor Menon for your quick observation, reflection, Professor Kapadia and Professor Mahabir. Very quickly, how do you see this discussion and what are your reflections? Starting with Professor Menon.
Well, I think most speakers have identified the idea, what's the difference between an aspiration and an idea and what can be done on the ground. I think that keeps coming out, whether it is transport, whether it is housing, etc. We can have wonderful ideas, but what can be done? And for that, I have been stressing the fact that we don't, if I might say it this way, we don't need a master plan, we need local area plans. The local area plan should tell us what kind of a city we will have or we can have. We may want to have heaven, but can we achieve heaven is something that we got to understand be doing us heaven. Tell us what we can actually do. About 85% of the city has been developed, and yet we talk about a master plan as to say it's a greenfield situation. We can achieve what we want. Many things cannot be achieved now. They're already developed. What do we do now? How do we change what we already have? I think that perspective does not come through in this master plan at all. It seems to be that we are still in a greenfield situation. We are still in 1962 when we have a city to develop, whereas today, in fact, a city has developed. Now what do we do? So do we need a master plan? Or what? So I think this is the main comment I'd like to make, and started out from the bottom up. We should have seen what the ground realities are and found out what can be done.
Thank you. I think that's very, very important point.
We may want to preserve all the heritage. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Menon. Very important points
issue
that you highlighted.
Highlight that we seem to be catching. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Saswat.
Yes.
May I say a few words?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, thank you to all the panelists and enriching ISPER. But in the first session and the second, Mr. Jakhanwal had raised a very pertinent issue. What is the mission? If I think he said, what should be the mission? And we start with the conceptualization of national capital region. What has to be shifted to decongest Delhi? And many spokes were to be developed all around Delhi, and most of the functions to be assigned to the peripheral cities, which were called as, the priority towns, then the magnet towns, earlier the satellite towns. But the issue before us was whether, as rightly pointed out Mr. Sachdeva also, how much population exactly is coming out in the core NCR area. And in the same manner, Mr. Menon has pointed out at the local level, at the sub-regional and at the regional level, the points. But having said that, it is really a lifetime opportunity to work for a mega city. A mega city next only to Tokyo in Japan. But I envy really that working right from a small town to a metropolitan town, and the opportunity which NUIA, DDA, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, I really compliment them that they have taken this, it's a challenge. I will say they have taken this challenge to bring out a document which could be discussed across the various sections, the multitudes which Delhi involve, and the intricacies and the complexities we feel and rather we face in the urban planning process, which Mr. Mahabir, Dr. Mahabir has pointed out in his discussion. So really, I thank all the panelists that they brought out the aspect which they were expert in, and also they tried to establish an interrelationship between others and Wherever the linking misses and links are missing, we will try to integrate and bring out the proceedings of this and share with all the panelists to give their views. And we'll revert back to all the panelists to make out the recommendations to be forwarded to the ministry, to DDA, to NIUID. That's what I wanted to share with all of you.
Thank you, Surjit ji. I think it is a very commendable initiative by ISPER. And I must thank you, Dr. Kulwant Singh and Mr. Jaswant Singh and entire team of ISPER for facilitating this dialogue. And since morning, we all of us are learning, and it is so much of exciting exchanges. So thank you for facilitating this all together. I would now request Professor Mahavir, you wanted to make a quick comment. So what do you, Professor Mahavir?
Thank you, Professor Saswat. Just one elaboration I want to make. This central NCR, CNCR, it has been popping up in almost every discussion since morning. And this reminds me of when I was a student, we used to read in our planning legislation class the topic on center-state relationships. Now we all know that it has, sorry. We all know that it has a political, legislative, and administrative ramifications. We also learned that particularly in Delhi, last few years, there has been a bitter center-state relationship, be it COVID management, including the supply of oxygen, or administration of vaccines, or even the Kisan Andolan, even earlier. Now, this is a very peculiar situation. I think even constitutionally, it's a very peculiar situation where center is preparing a plan for a city-state. So the central government is preparing a plan to be implemented in a city-state of Delhi. And in this context, as I was saying in the beginning, that there is supposed to be a NCR plan, then there is supposed to be a sub-regional plan, and supposed to be a central NCR plan. Now, sub-regional plan or the other not been prepared because DDA kept on refusing, saying that how can there be two plans for the same entity? I'm glad that something is being done at the moment. But the main problem of the CNCR plan, which includes the nearby towns of Delhi, Gurgaon, Faridabad, Noida, Greater Noida, Ghaziabad, and so on. And the question is, who will prepare this plan? Who will implement it? Because there is no institution to deal with it and no authority to deal with it. Now, coming back to center-state relationship, I may be questioned, I may be labeled very stupid, but sir, with all humility, I suggest purely as a regional planner, delimit the boundaries of Delhi state to include CNCR. Let that state body prepare a CNCR plan to be followed up with the respective master plans for these respective 8 to 10 cities. And I think that will be also in tune with the spatial hierarchy of plan making that one of the audience had raised in the morning. And I'm sure it's not an impossible task. It may take 10 years, it may take 20 years, it may take 30 years. I think it would happen. We have delimited and bifurcated the states in the past. We have made UTs into state, and we have also made state into UTs. So this is all my humble submission, Professor Satwat. And a second point that was raised by Dr. Poonam Prakash. I think the dividing line between a policy and a plan is a very, very thin or blurring line. And as Mr. Jakhanwal said in the morning, that it starts with a mission taken up, followed up by a vision, and then a policy and an implementable plan. So I think, as I said also in the morning, that the very first plan, it was faced with a severe criticism. It's a very, very rigid plan. And I think now we have a plan which is a very flexible policy plan. And as a person who has been teaching information system to the students, I think very rigid plan and very flexible policy, I think they both failed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Mahavir. I will go to Professor Kapadia for his quick comments and then to Professor Jakhanwal. So, Professor Kapadia, your quick comments, please.
Yes. Since the morning, we have heard a lot of good comments. My reading of this whole situation is that plan after plan, after 1961, 2001, 21, and this 41. We look upon Delhi Master Plan as a very big achievement. Like Ram Leela, which comes once a year, this comes once in 20 years. So, we celebrate the publication of the plan with full fanfare, and then we move on. And in so doing, what happens is that in the big visions and plans and new vocabulary and new lingo that comes up every time, like TDR and NCT and NGT and larger visions, smaller things get lost. Things like, for example, local area plan. We all agree, we have been talking about that the ultimate benefits of this plan must trickle down to the common man. And the common man doesn't have much of a say, especially when we are talking of the bigger things. And where he has a say, we have no reach. Somehow or the other, the local area plan has not taken off. Maybe some plans have been made. I've personally been a party to making some of these plans in the DOAC, but I don't know really what's happening to those plans. So, this whole exercise is a massive exercise. And why this happens, to my simple thinking, is that our thinking has not kept pace with the development of the city. The whole process is very slow. I'll give you a solid example. The whole world, including India, is right now passing through the last phases or the postmortem of a very gigantic pandemic. Whereas in this whole document of 400, you don't get to read the word COVID or pandemic. You do. There's only one reference to the word COVID and one reference to the term pandemic. What has happened? I mean, we are now at the end of the pandemic. The plan was prepared in the last 2-3 years, but the process of putting this plan together, I'm saying this from the first-hand experience. I was party to a small team that was working in the NIUA. The whole effort of collecting data from different sources is an effort in itself. And that is the reason why I was very happy to read somewhere in this plan proposal that there is going to be a centralized data collection agency. If that happens, then I think we have really made a breakthrough in the absolutely fundamental change from the first master plan of 1961 to 2041. That at least the collection and dissemination of data to the public will become easy and easily accessible and easily usable. So I think there are too many issues. Like, for example,
thank you, Professor Kapadi. I am sorry to interrupt. I'll come back to you because because I'm just collecting all the ideas. So yes, I'll come back to you. Thank you very much. Just a quick change because Commissioner Planning DDA Ms. Lenu Saigal, her schedule was at 3:45 and she has other appointments. So I request her to give her special address, and then we'll come back to you, Jakanwal sir, just to continue this discussion. So I request Ms. Lenu Saigal, if you could share your thoughts on this. Ms. Saigal?
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Lenu Saigal, Commissioner Planning, and I thank ISPER to make me a part of this innovative discussion and be a critic to the Master Plan of Delhi 2041. I thank all my seniors and professionals to guide me to prepare and modify the plan further, because this is in public domain only for public citizen modifications. Whatever we could do in a short time, in a time limit, we have done a little bit of it, and we are in the process of having webinars, interacting with public and professionals, professional bodies, which has been ongoing in the plan since the beginning itself. So we have been trying to interact with the common people and the common, like all the health professionals, education professionals, healthcare, the ministry, the LGO office, Honorable LG. So it has been a very dynamic approach, and we have been talking to people quite often. So I won't say that to public. This plan has been prepared in consultation with all the public participants. So I would like to focus on what was the consultative approach and how are we going to implement. Because since morning I have been hearing to all the seniors and all the professionals. They have been saying how the plan will be implemented. That is the basic focus and why we are not interacting with public. So I would like to mention here and bring your kind attention to this point, that what we have been doing to prepare the plan. I would like to apprise you of that. And also, I would say that I was telling my VC, I asked for his views also. Then I would just point it out in the beginning. He has been saying, okay, you be in touch with the professionals, but ask the professionals to be in touch with the public. What does the public say? What is the public of Delhi saying? What is the public of all the professionals in the country are saying? So you have to be more interactive, and I request you all to give your comments and suggestions in writing, so that we have an opportunity to improve the plan, we can improve upon it. Because while going through it, I have read it 3-4 times, the document myself. I'm again going through it. I find so many glitches in it. So I, along with NIUA, my team, we are all working together to solve these and resolve these issues. So to tell you that it has been a very inclusive planning. We have been holding meetings not only with professionals, with all the stakeholders around. We have contacted 150 departments of Delhi government, central government, to give their input in the plan. What do they want? What type of data they can give us? What suggestions they can give us? We have already interacted with them. We have interacted with professionals. To tell you that this document has been discussed with the MPs and MLAs, the public representative, because they also bring a lot of good suggestions. And they're also a part of the authority board. We presented the full plan to them in parts in a very detailed manner. Then we have an advisory council under the Delhi Development Act 1957, where there are 13 organizations. 5 of them are these are the public leaders only. So they were nominated. There are professionals in it. All the agencies like Power, Transport, DJB, and Labor Department, Industrial Department, Transport Department, all of them were a part of this consultation. So they gave their advice. We have incorporated their advice in the master plan, and still we are working on it. Whatever they have suggested, we are trying to incorporate wherever it is suitable. Then next, I would like to tell you, I've already told you that these timelines could be followed only due to the strict monitoring of the ministry, our LG, Honorable LG and VC sir. They have been monitoring it very strictly. Every week we have been meeting. We have been working hard to bring all the ideas together, and we have spent around 4 lakh man hours to prepare this plan. We have been working every Saturday, Sunday, day and night. From last 4 months, so we have been working 18 hours a day to work on this document. So this type of inclusive planning we have tried to do. Now, to bring all because infrastructure is the backbone of a plan, land use plan. I believe in it because I have prepared a new city plan of Greater Noida, where we had compiled all the services plan together. We had prepared 13 services plan in Greater Noida, and as per the guidelines of NCR Planning Board also. So here, on the insistence of LG sir, we have brought all the services plan, though they are in a raw format. we are trying to bring it in a common format so that it is easy to understand and easy to read for all the professionals also and the public also. So they were huge documents which were given by the agencies, and we are trying to make it in a shorter form and in a readable format. So first time the services plan will be annexed to the land use plan or the basic planning document. Then around now I come on this was the type of work we have done for preparation of plan. One important thing was the instruction given by the Smart City Mission emerged guidelines that we have to prepare the plan on the GIS format. I would like to elaborate on it. Yes, we have prepared the base map, the land use map. Maybe the base map is not enclosed on the website, or it is not loaded. I'll get it uploaded. Table of contents, some other people have pointed out. I think it is in PDF format and it was not uploaded in the other format. I will get it checked and rectified. Now, GISP, what I would like to tell you, everyone has been talking about local area plans. So what we have done is that local area plan in Delhi, what I studied is, because I'm here from last 3 years only, when I went to the depth of local area plans, we have been talking about local area plans from last 20-25 years, but they have not been prepared yet. What we did is now we have tried to do is we have digitized all the layout plans for Delhi. We have geo-referenced it, and we made a like mosaic of Delhi. In that mosaic, we are starting from the zonal plan. We have taken the zonal plan as the base, which is on the GIS platform. We have stitched all the maps of that area together and geo-referenced it, and it will be uploaded on the GIS platform in 4 or 5 months' time, because it takes a little bit of time. And also the data, all the attributes for the individual plots are being attached to it. We are in the process of collecting all the data. Some data we have, and for 2 areas, the north area and the east municipal corporation, we have the data. We are in the process of now attaching it. For South DMC, we don't have the data, so maybe we get a little bit delayed in that because we have started now work on it. So it takes a time because there are around 45 lakh properties in Delhi. So all the unauthorized colonies, the Juggi Jhopdi clusters, the planned areas, the commercial areas, industrial areas, all the data is being collected on individual basis from the ground, and it is being uploaded on the portal. So this is the way we are proceeding. This is what I feel, because local area plan is prepared at the ward level. We don't have the ward boundaries. It keeps on changing when the political boundaries changes. So it is linked to the councillor or the local MP or MLA. It is difficult to work on it. So that is why we are going up to the layout plan level, so that all the public can see it, read it, and it is easy to read. So this is what is the process for the GIS, and maybe it, it will help the people more than the local area plan. This is my personal feeling as a professional. Now regarding implementation is the most important aspect of the any document. So for this plan, we have prepared the policy. It is a policy document type policy, which is giving how the land has to be utilized. Now, to implement the plan, all these policies, we have to make the regulations. So some of the regulations are already done, like TOD is being mentioned as a policy in the document. But how do we implement it? We have to detail it out. What will be the process? What will be the features? So we have prepared the regulations for TOD. They are already notified. So now New Delhi railway station is coming as a TOD node, and they are following the regulation. So the implementation mechanism is there in the regulations. So this is what I wanted to clarify, that within the next 6-8 months, when the master plan is under finalization, we will also be preparing all the regulations. Like for land pooling, we have prepared the regulations. For the green development area, we have prepared the regulations. So unless the regulations are there, or to implement the development of the unauthorized colonies, we have to have the regulations. How does one come forward and give the plan and get it approved? So we are working on it, and I just promise you, like here on this platform, that all those will come for all those documents will be there within next year or so, because it takes time in notification. It goes to the authority. so that it is an implementable plan. Another new thing which we have added in this plan is the implementation and monitoring schedule. Now, in the section 8, we have mentioned it. There, what we have done is, previously there was a provision that every 5 years there will be a review. Here we are making a provision that every year there should be a week where all the stakeholders come together, all these agencies, the DJB, the implementing agencies, the ULBs, the power department, the labor department, industry department, all this along with DDA sit together and give their progress, what work has been done in this 1 year, and it will be under the chairmanship of Honorable LG because he is looking after all the agencies of Delhi. So this is the framework which we are providing. Then we have already also made 3 committees in the document, which will be headed by Honorable LG only. So it will be a little, I feel it will be easier because LG is heading Delhi. He will be able to monitor the whole plan year-wise. So when we work year-wise, it will be easier to simulate the data. We can capture the data every year. What is the progress? Then, as NIU told you in the morning, they have identified 20 key performance indicators. So there has been a format which has been prepared, which will be circulated to all the agencies. We all sit together instead of writing letters. We'll hold a meeting and we'll give a week. We'll have a separate section in our DDA and also update the data every year. Abhi, this is the plan for implementation and monitoring. So this is a slight change which we are trying to adopt. Let us see, because I always keep my fingers crossed. I am a little pessimistic about it because we planners write. I have this experience. We planners write. We write a very good document. But implementation means there are so many glitches. There are so many interventions. Not only the professionals intervene, in our country, the public also intervenes. It is a democratic country. The politicians also intervene. So all this goes on. So we have to listen to our government also. We have to listen to the public also. That is why somewhere maybe we fall back. This is what I want to say here. And then the last thing I would like to say is we will be making an online portal for all the policies to be implemented so that there is a common platform for everyone to apply on it. People can apply. We will act as a facilitator and all the private development is promoted because we have seen that government is not able to implement so many projects. So if the private player come, they can have bonds, they can have ways and means of implementing the projects. So a common portal will be created. People have to participate. And they will also develop the area in their manner because they don't want insistence of the government, why government is interfering. So I hope they will come together, public participation will be there, and we will be able to develop most modern and sustainable Delhi. This is what I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sehgal. Thank you very much for explaining us the consultative approach adopted by DDA and also your plan of moving forward. And also from today's discussion, we have been listening to some very important and very good ideas, and we have requested ISPER team to collect and collaborate all of this suggestion and also send it to you formally. So I think
I would like to have it. I mentioned to you in the morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining. So we continue with our discussion. I will go back to Mr. Jakhanwal. Sorry, because there was some change had to happen because of our schedule. So Professor Jakhanwal, I think we are looking forward to some of the provocative suggestions by Professor Mahabir and some of the implementation challenges. So we go back to your thoughts, please.
Can I be heard?
Yeah, you're audible.
I would like to briefly react to a very intelligent message in the chat box by Poonam Prakash, the policy versus the plan. It is not a new question, but a very, very relevant question when we prepare a policy and when we prepare a plan. Actually, these are the two sides of the same coin. Truly speaking, whenever we pass an act by the parliament, there is a preamble in the beginning and then the act. The preamble gives the background as to why it is being done, why it should be done, and so forth. It doesn't have the force of law. It is only the subsequent part of the Act, Section 1, Section 2, Section 3, which becomes legally binding. Exactly in the similar way, I have a feeling that the first part of the master plan MPD, whether it is 2021 or 2041, the first part remains more or less a directive, desirability, the direction in which we should move. And the second part, which is the nuts and bolts, gives the development components, development control, the site plan preparation and various norms, they become legally binding. The idea is that both should merge together with each other to explain as to why the policy and why the plan. I believe this is what I wanted to react to Poonam Prakash Agarwal. The other point of Dr. Mohavir has also been, I have been going to SP and met him sometimes. The thing is that implementation is okay, very, very important. But if the policy itself is wrong, implementation can't improve it. So we have to understand that while we are making the policy should be good, it should be implementable, and it should not be rigid, especially when we have a perspective of 20 years. Can we be rigid for 20 years? When we prepared Plan 2021, a few things were unknown. When we are preparing 2041, there is a lot of emphasis on one thing or the other. So left to myself, I would suggest, a very comprehensive reviews every 5 years or 10 years. The DD Act does not prescribe the time limit, whether it should be for 20 years, whether it should be for 10 years or for 30 years. And especially in the present context, when the census data is not there, when the regional plan amalgamation has not taken place, and when unfortunately COVID is hanging over our head, these three things will have to be very well knit in the draft MPD 2041. I believe Linu was listening to me. She has to make up her mind as to how the data, which will be forthcoming within 6 to 1 year, months to 1 year, especially from the census, will be incorporated. Will they just be appendices here and there, or will they go for comprehensive? This is a very, very important question. This is for the time being. I believe I have made myself clear.
Thank you, Professor Jakhanwal. Very well articulated. I would now request Professor Geetam Tiwari for her concluding remarks. Professor Tiwari. Professor Geetam, are you with us? Okay, in that case, we move to Professor Mr. Sachdeva for your concluding points. Mr. Sachdeva? Okay. I think then I would request Harman. Harman, if you have some concluding remarks or any concluding recommendation to share.
Thank you very much for another opportunity to speak. I think once again, what an interesting and fascinating process, and a major responsibility to take a city like Delhi into the next 20 years. And I really agree with the sentiments to say that the plan should stay flexible, but we need to have a good balance between the policy instruments that we want to use and making it real for people to be able to respond to. Both private sector and public sector need to have this picture of the future, of what it holds, of what it is that we're trying to achieve. And it needs to be tangible enough so that when people take actions, when decision-making happens, that it starts to relate and focus on the intent of the plan. And then, of course, the important aspect is after the official approval of the plan, plans don't just get implemented. Plans needs to be managed. to be implemented. There needs to be advocated all the time. There needs to be a handle on the points of decision as one goes forward. It's not as straightforward as that. Here's a plan and now it gets implemented. And I think that process of development is a tricky one, and one that requires renewed pronouncements on a continuous basis for the plan to be successful. But I think looking at Delhi, such an interesting, vibrant, and very special city, which I had the privilege to live in for a couple of months, there's a few key things that if Delhi can address those things, 3 or 4 issues, that if you can address those issues, this is truly one of the world-class cities that would exist. And I think it relates to the important point that's been brought in on the environmental aspects and linked to climate change, the whole issue about air pollution. Whatever, there's many layers to be addressed to address the air pollution, but those are key aspects that needs to be tangibly described and addressed. I think the main issue around equity and accessibility of all, so that one leaves no one behind, is a critical issue. And I must say on that, and it's really not a criticism, I know how difficult it is to get these panels and things together, but it would have been great to have more women voices in this forum, to hear the other side, to have the voice of the youth in forums like this, so that one makes sure that it is more inclusive. So from my side also, a very big thank you to the team for some excellent work that's been done, and good luck with the process going forward. It is a really difficult and very intense process, and I wish you best of luck with that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Harman. Thank you very much. And also pointing out the inclusive aspect of the panel members. And I definitely would like to, take care of subsequent program. But thanks for joining us and have a good day. For this. Thank you. Friends, now I'd like to thank all the panelists of our panel number 3. And we had a very enlightening discussion around transportation and regional linkages. So I would like to thank specifically Professor Geeta Sachdeva for making very, very enlightening presentation and with a lot of clarity about transportation and regional linkages issues. And some of these points, I think definitely the team working from NIU now like to share, I like to now invite Professor Dr. Ashwini Luthra to give us a day's summary as the discussions that we had since morning. So over to you, Professor Luthra, for your final summary.
Thank you, Professor Saraswat. It was a very interesting day. In fact, a long day in the sense that we need to have presence of mind while discussing on such a topical topic, I would say, because this draft master plan for Delhi, it becomes a model piece for master planning in India. And if it is done well, then probably all the master plans will follow the discipline. So concluding a webinar is a very difficult task in the sense that they are very learned speakers, and many relevant points have been made. And frankly speaking, my notebook is full of points, because all the speakers have given their very relevant viewpoints and observations. Kindly excuse me if I don't read each and every recommendation or comment you have made, because I have been given 10 minutes to conclude. So there, I would like to stress upon that in the beginning, Professor Kulwant Singh started with the welcome address, and while welcoming all the panelists and the participants to this webinar, he stated about the objectives and functions of ISPER, how ISPER is working and what kind of challenges and issues Delhi is facing that need to be taken care of while preparing the master plan for Delhi, which should be inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. It was followed by Professor Saswat as moderator of this webinar. He highlighted the objectives of MPD 2014. Of course, all of us know that the document is in 2 volumes, one basically a broad policy head, and it is followed by the explanations. And this roundtable panel discussion, it was primarily to critically appraise what is being done in the master plan. And it is not to criticize, but it is to be suggestive in nature, so that MPD 2041 comes out to be a very good document. Mr. Hitesh Vaidya, Mr. Nilesh, and Ms. Kankan Tiwari, they were the curtain raisers basically for MPD 2041, explaining how the master plan was prepared, what was the process followed. And specifically, they did not touch upon the highlights of the master plan, because they also wanted suggestions from this panel discussion. Then the first panel discussion, but before the panel discussion, Justice S.D. Anand, he raised legal concerns for execution of the proposals of MPD 2041. Because number of times, whenever the implementation issues are there, then these legal issues, because there are a lot of litigations in the court, and those litigations lead to say delays in the implementation or no implementation of the master plan. And it was in the light of the urban, peri-urban, and the rural context. He rightly said that all the 3 aspects have to be taken care of, what kind of regulations, etc. they need to be prepared for urban, peri-urban, and rural areas, because Delhi is comprised of all these 3. The first discussion, for panel discussion, was started by Professor Mahavir. He raised very relevant issues, especially the regional aspect of master plan, which is in a way missing. And he, of course, praised the comprehensiveness of the master plan, but at the same time, I'm having a list of his comments. Primarily, he said that we should wait for say 5-6 months, so that NCR plan is there, then sub-regional plan should be prepared, which of course may be a difficulty, but at the same time, this MPD 2041 will be able to include the provisions or the proposals of the NCR plan as well. And he appreciated the application of GIS in preparing the master plan. And he also appreciated that a rigid document has come out to be a little more flexible. Then Mr. Barclay, he pointed out that the transformation of cities to be sustainable, carbon-free, and vibrant economic system has to be taken care of while preparing the master plan. And his stress was that putting people first should be the agenda, at the time of preparing the master plan. Of course, while preparing Delhi master plan, it is said that people's participation was taken note of, but still there are some say questions on it that more inclusions should be there. Then Mr. S.K. Singh, he restricted his say contribution to housing and slum upgradation. His comment was the first chapter of master plan should have been the SWOT analysis of the previous master plans, because that SWOT will give you what needs to be taken note of, which is regularly not taken care of, or which pattern should be followed, which has been followed in the earlier period as well. Similarly, he pointed out that affordable housing and rental housing should have should commensurate with the housing policies of India or other policies. Then this panel discussion was having some queries raised by the participants, which were clarified by the panelists. Then Professor G.K. Menon, in his comments, said that plan is based on aspirations but not on ground realities, because maybe more data was required or more need to be done, but under pandemic conditions those things could not be done. And he was very focused on heritage, illegal colonies and local area plans. And he clearly mentioned that heritage part is not taken care of very thoroughly and fully. And he said that regarding heritage, the proposals will not be, he was very determinist that the proposals will not be implementable, because we are not following the rule of law, but we are following the rule by law. This was a very specific and pertinent statement, because he highlighted the Central Vista project, which is implemented now. Regarding illegal colonies, he said that a lot of proposals were there, but concrete steps for implementations have not been done. And then he said that local area plans should be should form the base of master plan. So he talked about bottom-up approach. And in this light, in the end, Ms. Linu Sehgal, she explained that they are in the process of preparing local area plans, which will be integrated. And then, so she talked about that 1 year time will be required in that. And maybe this bottom-up approach comes out to be a truth. Professor Kavas Kapadia, he touched upon many points, and his main concern was that master plan proposals are not assertive, because the master plan is using the words like should be, wherever possible, need to, or maybe, and nothing clear-cut say proposal is there for specific aspects. Mr. Jakhanwala, he was very right in saying that data is 10 years old, rather in a way 30 years old also, because census data is not out. And he has a concern that let us wait for census data for some time and include it when in whatever aspect it can be included. And he also raised that NCR plan will be out in next 6 months. So those inclusions will make MPD 2041 more comprehensive and maybe pragmatic. Mr. Hanan, he also raised many relevant issues sitting outside even. And he was also concerned that SWOT analysis should have been done. And the main concern is, which Professor Kapadia also pointed out, that in the whole document, once COVID is written and once a pandemic is written, whereas there is a whole document done by Hanan, where how cities have transformed during pandemic, that is available. So this was a very pertinent time that whenever pandemic occurs, what kind of resilience the cities should have. Delhi master plan could have been prepared in that light. There were many other relevant points as well. Maybe 2-3 pages are there for his comments. So I think we will put in the proceedings. Then Professor Geetam Tiwari, she also raised very relevant issues concerning mobility. Her first concern was, why are we not able to achieve the proportion of 80-20 in favor of public transport, as emphasized by various agencies nationally and internationally? And she pointed out that this is the first time that freight and e-mobility has been made part of the master plan. But the safety aspect, it is untouched altogether. Of course, she also talked about the integration of public transport, which she said this is merely inspirational rather than a focused area in master plan. She pointed out that mandatory application of URDPFI guidelines should have been there for the master plan document. Then Professor Yash Sachdeva elaboratively presented various aspects dealt in the master plan. And he also pointed out that integration at the regional level should be there. Because the master plan has proposed a ring rail and the radial corridors, they need to be integrated with that. So he pointed out that the road-based and rail-based public transport should also be integrated. In the end, Ms. Linu Sehgal, she explained and she appraised the panelists and the participants about how the planning and implementation process for MPD 2041 is prepared. She told that different departments of Delhi, they have been consulted for data. Public representatives like MPs, MLAs, they were also consulted. Stakeholder departments, they were also consulted. Regular monitoring was done for the plan preparation, and she told that 4 lakh man hours they are exerted in the preparation of this master plan. Then service plans are under preparation, zonal development plans are geo-referenced, and local area plans are being prepared for that. And for implementation, policies are prepared, regulations, etc. are formulated. So that way, all these discussions, in my opinion, I have some observations. Because all the panelists, they were one point that the different aspects of the master plan are not integrated. That chapterization, that makes every aspect exclusive, whereas it should be inclusive. So how far integrated planning approach can be followed in MPD 2041? That is one point which I see as my own contribution as well. Then should plan formation be bottom-up approach or top-to-bottom approach? That also needs elaboration, because both are true in one context or the other. Then one of the participants, message was sent to me that brownfield infrastructure should also be converted into cultural assets. Then green-blue factor, this was a very important point raised by Professor Kapadia, and this should be dealt with separately instead putting together, but in an integrated manner as well, wherever possible, because they cannot be separated as such, but wherever possible, they should be integrated. Then master plan preparation, this is only Madam Geetam Tiwari has raised this issue that SDGs are forgotten in this light. SDG targets 2030, which are applicable for the cities as well, and especially Delhi. So master plan preparation in the light of achieving SDG 2030 and on means further targets would also be there. They should have been taken care of while preparing the master plan. And another thing is that important benchmarks for different aspects of quality of life, they should also have been put forward, because that livability standards in cities, that document where the formulas are there, that document can be used, or that document can be further improved to work out the benchmarks for different aspects of quality of life. In this light, I would like to conclude that regionalization of urbanization to prepare any master plan is required. Delhi, being a primate city, takes care of commuting population up to 100 to 150 kilometers and business population up to a distance of 300 kilometers. So Delhi master plan has to be primate in itself, and it has to be unique, representing inclusivity, resilience, and sustainability. And in this context, I would say there should be a very healthy kind of marriage between planning and implementation strategies. From my side, thank you very much. Thank you very much for giving me time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ludra, for explaining and also very nicely summarizing the day's proceedings, and also, making some of the key points more visible in your summary, and capturing all this galaxy of speakers since morning is no mean task. And I must thank you for painstakingly taking note of various sessions and various views. And before I hand it over to Professor Surjit Singh ji, I would like to thank all the panelists and all the participants and speakers for being here. It has been a very exciting day. And since morning, and so many speakers and participants have shared their thoughts. And looking at, when you look at some of these thoughts and reflection, and if you start looking at and summarizing them, 4 or 5 things standing out throughout the panels and discussion. One is the aspects of evidence-based planning, because throughout this document, there are many aspirational, various aspirational positions are taken, which is more like a wish list, that we wish to go there, and more, more in a strategy. But as Mr. Singh pointed out in the morning, that before you take a position, we need to be a little analytical about what has been the past trend before we take a particular position. The second aspect of it, that whenever we are making a proposition on certain nature, whether it is a policy or certain regulation, there has to be certain backup evidence or studies which are supporting those proposals, which I think all across panelists mentioned about these issues to be really, coming up, forthcoming. I'm sure those analysis would be ready or would be lying somewhere, should be coming up, and this would be a very valuable reference document for the planning community, the academia and research organization to contribute and look at them. The third aspect is, I think this is again came out, is that about the siloization of this proposal. So there is a proposal on environment, there is a proposal on transport, there is a proposal on certain sector, but how economy and land use or transport and environment interacts, and that area, I think we need to be strengthened. So the cross-sectoral aspects of the proposals need to be strengthened. And when we are making a plan on 2021, 2 other things needs to stand out, which is mentioned by Harman and Professor Gitam, about the linkages with Sustainable Development Goal and New Urban Agenda, which are essential. And many of the Sustainable Development Goal, if you deconstruct them, they are also urban goals. And much of it has to be achieved through SDG 11, SDG 9, SDG 13, 5, 6, etc. are related to urban actions. So, and the second aspect of it is that the relation of this document, I think it was Professor Kapadia also highlighted this, the relation, this is the first master plan which would be out when we are in it's a post-pandemic city master plan. So linkages with the post-pandemic cities, pandemic and post-pandemic, the actions that are required and which get greater emphasis, the UN Habitat document, which Mr. Harman also pointed out, some of the cities that are taking a lot of actions about in post-pandemic urban planning and bringing resilience into the urban development perspective, and that aspect needs to be, strengthened to a great extent in the present proposal that we came across today. But thank you once again. Thank you very much for all your active participation, and also, very enlightening comments, like being a moderator, panelist, participant. At the end of the day, we are all going out of this webinar with a lot of thoughts, lot of interesting ideas. And this entire credit goes to Mr. Surjit Singh, Secretary General of ISPER, for conceptualizing this whole idea, Dr. Kulwant Singh, Mr. Jaswant Singh, the team of ISPER, particularly Harpreet ji, and the entire team who has been doing all the back end support during this entire processes. Thank you very much, and I would now hand it over to Surjit ji for his final comments. Over to you, Surjit ji.
Thank you very much, Professor Saswat, for so diligently handling the entire, this debate, where the professionals, the professors, and the administration is involved. And it was really a very tough job given to you, as we discussed, both of us. But having said that, it is really very encouraging for ISPER as well, where the framers of the document, they also participated. They began and they closed. That's the beauty of this conference, that you managed from the word go to the finish. But we are really at loss. We could not hear the four panelists, Professor Gopal Krishan, Professor Manjeet Singh, Professor Maitra, and Mr. Vijay Varghia. But we will definitely involve them in the second round of this closing march. But look at the number of professors we have today. Professor Vandapadhyay, Professor Luthra, then Professor Kavas Kabadia, Professor Mahavir, and I will not like to tag Professor Jakhanwal on the side of you people, but take him on the administration side along with Sunil Kumar Singh ji, that he had been there from the right from 10:30 up to this closing, and really hats off to Mr. Singh. And he had always been encouraging us, Surjit, do this way, let us do this way, let us do something for the public. And I think this kind of support, which is a selfless support, that too from Patna, to an institution he had never visited, and standing by us, we are really grateful to say to you for encouraging us all the times. And the two representatives from UN, Mr. Verkella and Mr. Herman, their experiences being embedded into what we have discussed is a great contribution. And I really thank them, because they are joining us from across the border and waiting for us despite the time lag we had. Having said that, right up to this time, we have more than 30 people still listening us, and more than 130 persons on the YouTube all the times watching it live. And all the views that you people have expressed, even if 5% is absorbed, it's a gain to the public. And 5% in a class, better, as a brilliant class, if we have those 5% as a student and learners and practitioners in this profession as we call urban planning. And once again, thanks to Professor Kapadia, seeing him after a long time and being part of it, Professor Mahavir Singh and Herman, and then again Madam Geetam Tiwari. And next time we would like to invite her to ISPER for the full lecture. I'm not satisfied with the 10 minutes and 15 minutes. We would like to give, as you always say, a minimum 30 minutes are required to a professor to be part of it. And to close it with the thanks to my team in ISPER, to the president, the whole council of ISPER, for the support they give us to make this event a very successful one. And once again, the last word meant to be thanked is Professor Menon. He is very always not only critical but encouraging as well. So thank you very much to all of you for supporting us to make this event very successful and satisfying. Thank you.
Thank you and good evening. Have a good day. Bye.
Very good evening.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you one and all.
अश्विनी इंस्टीट्यूट का पार्ट है और इस इवेंट का पार्टनर है.
Yes, I saw his logo. Very nice logo in the.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All the best to the team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harman. Your comments were very pertinent. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Thank you. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Namaskar. Namaskar.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Dr. Luthra, sir. Thank you.
Please, thank you. Thank you, sir. I take leave.
Thanks, sir. Dr. Luthra ji. Thank you. Hope to meet you someday.
Yes,
Thank you. Namaste. Bye, bye, sir. Bye. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Sujit Singh, sir.
Thank you very much, Ashwini.
आज सारे आज गेस्ट जेडे ने ना घर में अकेले बिठा रखे ने. Yesterday evening they came and I said I have a busy day today and just now I got a call from.
So you are holidaying from your guests.
Yes. Thank you, sir. Bye bye.
Thank you very much. Love you all.
कावल सर अमृतसर दोबारा आइए, कुलचे इंतजार कर रहे हैं.
नमस्कार प्रोफेसर. शबाश सर. बढ़िया सर. नमस्ते.